I think when I won the Gold Cup, that was the crowning achievement of my whole life.
The unlimited hydroplanes, the powerhouses of boat racing, run for the Gold Cup. This is the one every man in boat racing strives to win, because this is the top prize.
Muncie came out of nowhere to take the lead.
And Talent almost completely off the water. The object? A small Tiffany Gold Cup that represents the pinnacle of achievement for the hydroplane racer.
Board effect. And it's driven by Jeff Bernard, and I know darn well Jeff Bernard wants to make up for that gun jumping in the previous heat. Rounding out our four-boat field is GP33 Lupton Motorsports, Jack Lupton. I love this lineup. Ekrit, Lupton, Bernard, Lupton. There's two of them out there. It's going to be like there's three.
Not Lipton, but Lupton, Lupton. 1 minute. 1 minute until the start. Grand Prix America, Heat 3A, sponsored by Special Touch, Fire and Water Restoration. We welcome them on board as a first-time Hydrofest sponsor. That's Austin Ekrit flying into turn number 1. Once again, assigned lanes, clock start, and Brad Ekrit is on the outside, but this is the first time he can go to the buoys. This is his third ever heat in Grand Prix America. Now he's starting to get into start sequence. Take him up to the corner.
All right, we got our four boats. They are on the water. We've got Austin Ekrit going hard on the outside, and now we're inside 15 seconds. They start to power up. Oh, this is going to be good. Lupton, Bernard, Lupton, Ekrit, inside out. Come on, Jeff, 5 seconds.
3, 2, 1, mark. It appears to be a clean start. We're racing. Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration, GPA 3A. Ekrit went to the outside. We look in turn number 1. Jeff Bernard, your leader. Bad influence. Brad, the start was good. Bernard in front, but he's got company behind him.
Oh, boy, does he ever have company behind him. He's got Ken Lupton on the inside. He's got another Lupton on the outside. That's a tough spot to be. I think the start's going to be legal. It looked good from here. The start was good. Now, Jeff took a hop just at the entrance pin. He lost a lot of ground, and over he goes. That is Ken Lupton on lane 1. We've had a crash. Ken Lupton got his boat up in the air. The boat is still running. The boat is still running. He's got it under power, but the red flag has been put out. This one has been stopped. And we're going to assume, certainly from that site, the fact that the boat is coming down the front straightaway, Jeff, that he certainly is okay.
Brad, you and I have been blessed to watch hydroplane racing for decades and decades, and beautiful call on it. I looked up, and that was flat out frightening. Ken Lupton right up in that rooster tail, and we saw the complete bottom of that Lucas Oil. And Brad, it seems similar to that Gold Cup race to begin the Gold Cup. That year, Terry Troxell went through the rooster tail of J.W. Myers, and Lupton didn't go quite as far as Terry did, but, oh, just a scary moment here.
It was a really scary moment, and I mentioned as the boats got into the corner that Jeff Bernard had hit some rough water, and Jeff had slid a little bit, and he'd straightened it right back out, but he had hit some rough water and lost some time. Lupton was able to make up some ground on the inside. It looked to me, and just from where I'm sitting, and actually you and I, our angle is pretty good, but it looked to me like Ken was unable to hold the inside lane, slid out into Bernard's rooster tail, and as we say all the time, you get a rooster tail under that boat and it gets ugly quick.
Brad, for our fans along the shoreline, when an accident happens, the black flag is displayed that signals to the drivers they can restart their boats, go back into the pit area in a safe and orderly fashion. And coincidentally and ironic, the first boat I saw answer the call when the black was delivered was Ken Lupton, who was involved in that frightening accident. Boat was way up in the air. All I could see of it from this vantage point was the complete bottom of the craft. So Brad will get with the GPA officials along with the rest of our race staff and see what will come up next. On my schedule, we have Bankston Motorhomes Pro-Lite Heat 3B up next on our card. I suspect we'll go with that and then come back with the rerun of GPA 3A. Red flag was issued. Ken Lupton was the reason. So in boat racing, if you can restart the heat, you are DSQ.
That is the rule, Jeff. If you are the reason for the restart, you cannot participate in said restart. So very well stated. The big important part there is the fact that Ken Lupton is clearly okay driving the boat, getting it back up under power, and getting the boat back to the pit area under power. And I just said before that heat started, talking about Ken Lupton and mentioning that, you know, I talked to him yesterday. I talked to him just before we broke for lunch. Actually, during lunch, we gave him a trophy for his previous heat win, and we had to give him that trophy real quick because he had to get back over there and get ready to go for this heat. And he and I were talking about how many cows he had on his farm, and we were talking about fun stuff like that. And then you see something like that happen, and it takes my breath away.
No, it's a tough break, and Ken from Waverly, New Zealand. So we'll get with our race officials. I'm pretty confident we'll go with Pro-Lite next in Heat 3B. Their sponsor, Bankston Motorhomes, and then we'll kind of see how they adjust the schedule because we do want to get Grand Prix Heat 3A in the books, presented by Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration. And Brad, that sponsorship, first time involvement with Hydrofest. We hope they're having a good time. We want you back 23.
We absolutely do want you back, and I can tell you we are having a good time here because of Bankston Motorhomes. It's their participation in this sport that allows us, the racers, to do what we enjoy doing, which is watching boat racing out on the water. Without sponsorship, it doesn't happen. Bankston Motorhomes, thank you very, very much.
Brad, we'll take a slight break. I'll step up top and take it away, Brad.
Yeah, I was in the middle of an announcement for our fans here when all of a sudden we were rudely interrupted by Mr. Ayler in an official countdown for a start. Now he needed the airwaves, so we yielded to him very quickly. But I want to talk again about pit tours because these, if you have not been on a pit tour, this is a terrific way to see the boats up close. And for those of you with the Ultimate Pass, if you purchase the Ultimate Pass or a club level ticket, make sure you get over to the pits at some point today, but that time is running out. They started this morning at 10 a.m., and the bus leaves from gate 1. That's where you catch the bus to go over to the pit area. But we are going to run the last bus at 2:30. If you want to go over to the pit area and ride the bus to do it, you need to be at the pit gate, or excuse me, you need to be at gate 1 to catch the bus and get over to the pit area. If you've never seen an H1 Unlimited hydroplane, a GP, a Pro-Lite, if you've never stood next to one of these boats, especially one of these H1 Unlimiteds, these things are monsters. There's an old Unlimited here behind the start-finish line here at the stage, and I'll tell you, put a new boat next to that, and there's about ×2. So if you've never been over there, it would be a good experience. Last bus leaves at 2:30. Let's turn it back to the guys with all the good music. Cue it up, guys. Get it going.
Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Pro-Lite drivers, stand by for countdown to the 6-minute mark for Heat 3B. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That's the 6-minute mark for Pro-Lite 3B. Hey, our swimmers right here to our right, we need you out of the water, please. Thank you very much. Appreciate your cooperation. I know it's hot, but due to safety, we need you out. Thank you. 30 seconds. $20. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is the 5-minute period. For Pro-Lite 3B, our sponsor, Bankston Motorhomes. Drivers, crank them up.
And underneath the causeway, here they come, Jeff. That's just a great sight. They just come blowing out of there. We're actually really getting to see it here on the monitor. But like you said yesterday, it's the first time a hydroplane of any type has to obey a no-wake zone.
Oh, Brad, the Pro-Lites with their series sponsor, Phenom Digital, along with RSTZ Transport. These crafts 20 foot in length, 10 foot width, all powered by a 350 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. Horsepower, 400. Racing trim with the pilot inside, 1,500 pounds. These boats can get up to 130 miles per hour. Top speed in each chute here in competition. We'll click it at 115 miles per hour. Assigned lanes, clock start for Pro-Lites, just like GPA. We had one fan come up before we come to this clock countdown. Our scheduled heat up next will be the rerun of Grand Prix America Heat 3A.
Yeah, there was some question about what heat we were going to do first. The Pro-Lites were getting put into the water, and then the GPs were run back to the dock, and they were just going to refuel them at the dock. And the word we got, at least initially, was whoever was ready first, we were going to go. We've got a jam-packed schedule, and we can't really waste any time as Steve Huff comes across the start-finish line. He'll be in lane number 1, boat number 98. Faster than Cancer Foundation, Steve Huff.
Brad, Steve Huff yesterday dehydrated after the first Pro-Lite Heat. The EMT's done a wonderful job getting him refreshed, back up to snuff, and then he was out in the second heat. So thank you to our EMT workers, but better yet, knowing that Steve Huff is okay.
Absolutely knowing that Steve Huff is okay. And you did it, but I don't think you took it far enough. You need to give the shout out to the Marshall County EMTs, if indeed that was them, because I know some of those guys on a first name basis, some of those guys and gals, and they are awesome. So thank you. Yeah, Steve's okay. So that's the good part.
Boat by the start finish line, that is the LDC Construction, Bobby King. He'll be in lane number 4, followed by Bo's Back with Jimmy King. The number 54 will be in lane number 2. 2 minutes, 15 seconds until the start. 2:15 away.
I like that boat coming from lane 3. He's been a winner before this weekend. Donnie Allen driving that brightly colored Hearn Motorsports. It's boat number 14. It's not only brightly colored, it's very, very fast. We'll look for the young man out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I know we got some folks from Wisconsin down here in our club level seating. They know all about Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and they know all about Donnie Allen. Coming up on 1:35 in like 2 seconds, 1 mark. 1:35, Jeff.
Brad, also Carl Adams was scheduled to be out here in Maximum Racing. We've not seen Carl this weekend, so tough break for Carl pulling down from Medina, Ohio. Hope the problems aren't severe, but we've not seen him out this weekend, so let's hope maybe he can get maybe sneak into the finals like an alternate.
Absolutely. Coming up on a minute 10 here in a few seconds. Mark 1:10 to the start. Again, inside out. Steve Huff in the bright orange boat. He'll be sitting in lane 1, Bo's back. Jimmy King will be in 2. Then it's Donnie Allen in the Hearn Motorsports. He will be in 3. Outside of him, Bobby King in the all-white LDC Construction. And then Carl Adams on the outside in Pro-Lite 323 Maximum Racing. Getting serious about it now, Jeff. 45 seconds.
45 seconds away. We're under that. So you see, where did Huff go? He's right up here.
Oh, boy, he's crawling at the top end of the race course. That's who I was looking for.
So Huff trolling just past that, right there at that entrance pin of turn number 2, actually the first buoy into the turn. So Huff a little bit off on his timing, but right now the sequence should shape up well for him with now 15 seconds. Huff in 1, King in 2, Allen in 3, King on the outside. We got father and son racing in this one. Lanes 2 and 4, dad in 2, son in 3. We're 2-1 mark. It appears to be a clean start in Bankston Motorhomes Pro-Lite Heat 3B. They fly into turn number 1. Donnie Allen tucked back in lane number 3. Who gets there first? We see the Faster Than Cancer Foundation. Steve Huff on the buoy row, looking sharp, and we had trouble in the back.
Yeah, Donnie Allen had trouble down there negotiating through the traffic in that corner. He was back a little bit in lane number 3. Huff's rolling down the backstretch, but he has got right side rear view mirrors full of Kings. Father and son in there. We'll pick out which is which and who's who, but it's Huff right now on the inside, coming off the top end of the race course. Put 1 in the books, Jeff.
The start was good from the Pro-Lite officials. 1 complete and 3 to go, and Bobby King is eating into Steve Huff's lead as they fly into turn number 1. Huff to the inside, Bobby King to the outside, Jimmy King in 3rd. There is Huff, but Bobby King is there, and Brad Luce off the corner. There he should be, almost deck to deck.
Yeah, there he is. Here comes Bobby on the outside. You see the white nose. Now Huff will put the hammer down. Running on the inside, that's going to save him a little ground up here in the corner. See if he can gobble him back up. Watch for the wall off the skid fin. There it is. Both boats into the corner. Bobby driving him very clean, giving him enough room. Apex of the corner. King showing speed on the outside, but Huff's hanging right with him, Jeff.
Boy, he sure is, Brad. Halfway mark of Bankston Motorhomes Pro-Lite 3B, and now King pulls out on the front chute, making 7 boat lengths. Superior power in that LTC Construction out in front. Huff remains in 2nd, Jimmy King in 3rd, and Donnie Allen a surprising 4th, but did have trouble in turn 1 the first lap. King your leader, as in Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby King's out by a full rooster tail now, but I think you're going to see Huff still try and run him down, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. But you got to stay in the rearview mirrors. Let him know you're there. A single mistake by Bobby King could change everything, and there it looked like Huff went to the outside to get some cleaner water.
We'll come down to get the white flag. Bankston Motorhomes Pro-Lite 3B. Bobby King accepts it. Now, substantial lead over Steve Huff in the Faster Than Cancer Foundation. Jimmy King 3rd in Bo's back, and Donnie Allen trails it in Hearn Motorsports. Brad Phenom Digital's the series sponsor. Bobby King was a big part securing that for the class.
And this couldn't go any better than for him right now as he's halfway up the backstretch, just has to negotiate the top corner one more time. And he will come down and see what every driver in every form of motorsports likes to see, that black and white checkered flag. It is Bobby King. Apex, bring him home, Jeff.
Checkered flag waving. Bobby King sees it. Here is your winner of Bankston Motorhomes Heat 3B, and he flies it across the line. Bobby King, LDC Construction. Nice 2nd place for Steve Huff out of the Pacific Northwest in the Faster Than Cancer Foundation. Jimmy King will cross in 3rd in the Bo's back, and Donnie Allen, our 4th place boat up in turn number 2 in the Hearn Motorsports, will bring Donnie across the line to get the 169 points. And Donnie Allen out of Wisconsin crosses in the 4th position. Your winner, Bobby King, craft number 242, Steve Huff in second in 98. Jimmy King third in 54. Donnie Allen fourth in boat number 14. And a did not start went to Carl Adams in Maximum Racing. We will check with our officials, but I am certain up next we'll have the rerun of Grand Prix America Heat 3A. Stand by. For our fans along the shoreline, Grand Prix America Heat 3A will be next. Just waiting for clearance from GPA Chief Referee Don Malello to start the clock countdown. We will go with GPA Heat 3A, the rerun. That will be our next activity on the water.
So race fans, we are getting ready to go racing again with the restart of our Grand Prix Heat 3A, presented by Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration. This is the heat where we had the incident with Ken Lupton, and because Ken was the reason for the stoppage of the heat, he will not be able to play in the rerun. And so in that particular heat, we are going to be with Austin Ekrit, Jeff Bernard, and Jack Lupton. They will come out and take to the water. We've got my counterpart, Jeff Ayler, is up on the official tower waiting for them to give him the cue that they're ready to count down. And if they do, I'm going to shut this mic off very quickly. But I also want to take this opportunity as we're starting to get into the second half of the day here and getting toward the end of things. Still got a long way to go. And the big races are a-coming. And when they do, when they are done, there's going to be an awful lot of hardware given away here right behind the main stage, or right at the main stage, behind the tower on the start-finish line. We would like to invite everybody to come down and watch our teams get the hardware they have earned here at the 2022 Hydrofest. That presentation ceremony will conclude with the awarding of the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world, the APBA Gold Cup. Somebody is going to get it. I can tell you that the organizers of this event are really, really hoping that Guntersville will show up and get us a big crowd here to give away the Gold Cup. It's the first time it's been here. Personally, I'd like to see it come back. So if we get a whole bunch of people out here, and it's going to take us a little bit, we got to run boats through tech inspection, we got to bring drivers across the causeway, but we are going to give away third place, second place, and then somebody's going to try their hardest to lift that Gold Cup. That's the way it used to be. Doesn't happen anymore. I don't think we have any drivers that are that strong. But if you can at all make it, we would love to have you at the trophy presentation. Can't say immediately following the final heat, but we'll do it as soon as possible and as soon as we can get drivers. For the next couple of minutes, we will go silent, and we will await Jeff Ayler to give us the high sign that he is ready with a countdown. It is our Grand Prix America Heat 3A. It is presented by Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration. It is the rerun. Stand by for our countdown when Mr. Ayler is ready.
5 minutes we can start. Let it bite it, Susie.
From our officials with GPA in approximately 2 minutes, we'll have the countdown for the rerun of GPA 3A. Stand by. Attention to pits, attention to pits. GPA drivers, stand by for clock countdown to the 6-minute period for Heat 3A coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That's the 6-minute period for GPA 3A. Thirty seconds. 20. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is the 5-minute period. 4. Special touch fire and water restoration Grand Prix America Heat 3A. Drivers, crank them up.
We got boats coming away from the dock and headed our way, Jeff Ayler. We are expecting 3 boats in this particular heat. We're looking for boat number 12, Wilkes Tire and Battery Service. It is all yellow. It is driven by, always like the name, awesome, Austin Ekrit. I know I've been talking about him all day. I've known that kid seemingly for the last 20 years. And then we've got Jeff Bernard. He has had 2 gorgeous runs. Jumped the gun 2 heats ago, but boy, that last time he was legal. He was rolling.
Bernard looked good, so we'll see how the restart goes. And of course, Brad, this is the rerun. Ken Lupton was the recipient, unfortunately, the red flag when that happens. And if your boat is eligible to restart the heat, that results in a DSQ. You can't make the second appearance, but for them, though, at least he went back in under his own power. That is the good news. We've not gotten any updates on Ken or the hull.
That's correct, but we're going to assume everything hull-wise, driver-wise certainly is okay. The fact, again, that he drove himself back to the pit area. Jeff Bernard comes across the line first, driving a GP 79. The Bad Influence racing right behind him is Jack Lupton. GP 33 Lupton Motorsports looking for Awesome Austin, and here he comes. Bob, owned by Bob Shellhays.
All 3 boats in this one, Brad, powered by the Chevrolet 468 cubic inch engine, supercharged, generates 1,400 horsepower, hull length 24 foot, 12 foot width, 2,700 pound of racing trim, shoot speed here at the end of each shooting competition up to 150 miles per hour. Assigned lanes, it is a clock start format, as we now are 2 minutes and 30 seconds away. 2-3-0. Bernard in the orange, checkered flag effect, Bad Influence, followed by Lupton in the red, and Egret in the dominant yellow. Wilkes Tire and Battery Service.
You saw Austin Egret there come off the top end of the race course and just hammer it, and you and I have done so many of these GP races, especially back in Detroit together, where they come off that upper corner and just hammer it and run to the line. That's their timing marks. He's looking for exactly how long it takes him to get from point A to that line. He knows his lane. He also knows he was tardy in the last time we had these boats out. Look for Austin Egret in that yellow boat on the far outside to have a much better start this time. Also look for Jack Lupton to step up and say, all right, I'll carry the Lupton name against you, Bernard. This could be good.
140 away, 140. Each driver trying to finesse that boat to get to that right timing mark to be at these start-finish line buoys. When the clock strikes 0, you just want to be a touch to the left of those white buoys when the clock strikes 0 to be a legal starter. In Grand Prix America, if you jump the gun, a 1-minute penalty is assessed to your elapsed time. And of course, Brad, when you get those penalties, either a lap or in time, that's a no-no.
It can be disastrous. You can lose your start on the front row in the final, and even if you don't lose that, you can lose your lane position in the final. You could be set up for an inside lane, and all of a sudden you get disqualified, or you get a did not finish and don't score any points, and you find yourself out lane 5 or 6. With the field we're going to put out here in our Grand Prix American hydroplanes, you're not going to be wanting sitting on the outside. That's going to be awful difficult. But right now, Jeff, it is Heat 3A. It is presented by Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration.
We appreciate their sponsorship at this year's Hydrofest. First time on board with us. Hope you're enjoying the Hydrofest at Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration.
Here comes Austin. Austin ran. He's got to come real wide and wind this thing up, Jeff. Watch him go.
10 seconds away. Now the field. This should be a good-looking start. We are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Appears to be a clean start. Beautiful start as we're racing in Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration, GPA 3A. 3 of them get down there at once. We look to the inside. Start was good, and now Jack Lupton pulls out, and Bernard is there. Deck to deck.
Here comes Jeff Bernard on the inside. He was dragging with Ken in the first heat. Now he's running with Jack. Good racing at the top end. Lupton with a ton of speed. Got to leave Jeff Bernard a lane in there. He's going to give him plenty of room. Jeff's giving ground, though, Jeff.
Lupton swings wide. Bernard had the real estate in there to catch up, and now Lupton pulls it out, making 7 boat lengths. Jack Lupton in the lead in Lupton Motorsports. Jeff Bernard second, Bad Influence. Austin Ekert third, and Wilkes Tire and Battery Service. Brad the Kiwi from New Zealand in front.
Holy cow. We've lost Austin Ekert on the front straightaway, but I say, holy cow, Jack Lupton's got a rocket ship. Oh, and Jeff just picked up the front of the boat. The 79 came way out of the water. He feathered it back down.
Brad Lupton did too, so this 1 1/4 mile race course roughening up, even though we only had 3 GPs out here. We're halfway through it. Heat sponsor, Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration, but it's all Jack Lupton right now in front. Jeff Bernard in second. Austin Ekert, unfortunately, dead in the water. 1 1/2 to go, and Lupton for New Zealand looking for that first place finish.
Boy, this is impressive. This Jeff Bernard, everybody's had their hands full getting around him today in that GP 79. Jack came out of that lower corner like he was shot out of a cannon. He's going to get the white flag, Jeff. 1 to go.
White flag displayed. Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration, GPA 3A. And now Lupton comfortably in front. Bernard gave chase, but now he's settling. Mike Grindell's boat out of Webster, Massachusetts in the second position. Get those points, see how things look for the draw. Lane assignments for the final heat, and it will be for the Southern Nationals.
Let's keep an eye on Jack at the top end of the race course, because he, like Jeff, did get loose up there as he entered the top corner. Much better this time through. He's on the final lap. So is Jeff Bernard. Give him a checkered flag, Jeff Ayler.
Checkered flag waving. Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration winner. A GPA 3A is Jack Lupton in Lupton Motorsports.
Wow.
Second place will go to Jeff Bernard off turn number 2, and Mike Grindell's Bad Influence. That local sponsor next week in Madison for this one is from the Dam Theater family.
Yes.
Up in Osgood, Indiana, about 35 minutes north of Madison. The boat name next week at Madison will be that Damn Bad Influence.
That's a damn bad influence. Well, that was awfully impressive. Oh, and by the way, that was the best start we had all weekend. You could have thrown a handkerchief across those 3 boats when they hit the line. They were all on top of each other. That was very cool.
Beautiful.
So, well, I met Ken Lupton. I got a hunch I'm going to meet Jack. I hope his accent isn't thicker than the other one. Oh, boy.
Having a good time here, Brad, at the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest. And for our guests, the race fans along the shoreline, Brad, I know you mentioned it earlier, our race fans are welcome to the awards presentation later this afternoon. It'll be approximately 30 to 45 minutes after the APBA Gold Cup Final Heat. The boats have to go through tech inspection, but we want a good turnout for the Gold Cup awards presentation here at the South's Fastest Water. Yes. Yes.
How much time? Are we pretty much back on schedule? I'll get. This is Pro-Lite.
Yeah, is that your Pro-Lite?
Pro-Lite Heat, my bank. All right, race fans, been a few minutes since we stood up here and gave away some hardware, but we're going to do that again right now, and we are going back to our Pro-Lite Heat. It was Pro-Lite Heat 3B presented by Bankston Motorhomes. We have Rick Walden. Rick Walden is here from Bankston Motorhomes, and as we talk, and I'm not going to cut this short at all because I want to thank those sponsors for everything they do. Come on up on stage, guys. Rick Walden is here from Bankston Motorhomes. Thank you, sir, for your participation in the sport. The winner of the heat, it was boat number 242. It was LDC Construction, Bobby King. If you were here yesterday, yeah, you recognize this face. This guy knows how to win. He does it a lot. You're doing pretty good, young man. I'm going to hand the microphone over to you. Well, we have to find you a hardware. Now, see, this is how when you try and do it fast, we're looking for Heat 3B. Nope, that's not it. This is one of those embarrassing moments. Okay, we'll work through it. You okay? Wait, that's it. All right. We're going to pretend there's a trophy here. And in place of the trophy, I'm going to hand you the microphone, and you can congratulate our winner. This is Bobby King.
Bobby, on behalf of Bank Motorhome, I'm going to thank the Hummers and all the good people. Congratulations.
Thank you. Just want to thank Guntersville, Katie and David Norton again, everybody that puts on this race. You guys done an amazing job. Phenom Digital, RSTC Transports are two major sponsors for the Pro-Lite. Cannot thank them enough for being on board. And LDC Construction, the sponsor on my boat, and Roger Mayhem Motorsports. Can't thank those two enough. They put this boat out front, and hopefully we can do it one more time.
Yep, forward, you guys, and we'll get the photo op right here. Katie promises she's going to get you a piece of hardware. It's under here. We will get it to you post-haste. But our thanks. Rick Walden, Bankston Motorhomes. Bobby, nice run, bud. Nice run. We'll look for him later in the weekend. I don't think he's done yet.
Attention the pits. Attention the pits. GPA drivers, stand by for clock countdown to 6 minutes for 3B. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is the 6-minute period for GPA 3B. Thirty seconds. $20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is the 5-minute period for Grand Prix America Heat 3B. Our heat sponsors, Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration. Drivers, crank them up. Coming up on the 4-minute, 30-second mark for GPA Heat 3B. Lineup will be Bobby Kennedy, TM Special, Ken Brody in Freedom, Brandon Kennedy. EMS presents Legacy 1. I believe this will be a 3-boat heat, checking to see if Greg Hopp will be an eligible starter in the Southern Elite Realty. They had some troubles in their last heat. And Brad, I do know, unfortunately, Tom Thompson won't answer the bell, and Reliable Diamond Tool presents Fat Chance Racing. So we'll ID the boats when they come out, as we now are 3 minutes, 45 seconds away.
Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration Heat 3B for our Grand Prix hydroplanes. As you've said 1,000 times, if you've said it once this weekend, the second largest class of hydroplanes on the planet. They put on a good show. There's more to come. Oh, I recognize that boat right there on our screen. That's going to be GP 50. That is Freedom Racing, and that's going to be Ken Brody. And the Ken Brody fan club is right behind us. Well, he and I had a great conversation after he won that heat. He says, I remember you from Detroit. He said, I ran hard for 3 laps. I just needed 4. That was the problem. But look for him to be tough. But look what he's sandwiched between. He's going to have a Kennedy on his left and a Kennedy on his right. Here comes the 14 EMS presents Legacy 1. That's going to be Brandon Kennedy. They've had a tough time this weekend, Jeff.
They have, Brad. It's been a struggle, unfortunately, for Brandon Kennedy out of Newark, Delaware, and the EMS presents Legacy 1, but this team never gives up. The boat right in front of us here, Brandon Kennedy. Hopefully the problems are solved, and we're going to find out in 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Yeah, and our final boat in the field is still, well, it's just crawling up the backstretch right there. Those of you watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel can see it crawling up there. That's boat number 35, the TM Special. That is Bobby Kennedy. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, Jeff, to the start.
Bobby making a last-second timing run. He'll be in lane number 1 in the TM Special with their associate sponsor Sherwin-Williams and Reliable Diamond Tool. So this is Kennedy by the start-finish line buoy, the white boat with the blue and red trim. And Brad, there's your favorite, the beautifully painted Freedom.
Yeah, that boat is just absolutely gorgeous, although this one, I love these bright colors. Everybody knows I'm colorblind, but wow, that's a pretty hydroplane.
Brandon Kennedy by the start-finish line buoy, EMS presents Legacy 1. Once again, a Grand Prix America, lanes are assigned. It's a clock start format. 4 times around. If you're issued a penalty during the heat of racing, that will be a 1-minute penalty on elapsed time. And Brad, generally that comes at the start with a gun jump. You don't want to do that.
No, you don't want to take yourself out of it before you even get into it. But our boats have gotten together on the backstretch as we approach the 50-second mark, like right about now. 50 seconds. Our boats are in the assigned lanes. It's going to be Bobby Kennedy in 1, Ken Brody in lane 2, Brendan Kennedy on the outside. Unfortunately, Tom Thompson not able to answer the bell. May not have quantity, but we got quality, Jeff. This will be good.
Good 3-boat matchup here. We're 30 seconds away. All 3 drivers feel that they're a little bit early on their timing marks, but we'll hear those 468s rev up here in a matter of moments. 18 seconds until the start. Now they pick the pace up. Cousins racing against Ken Brody. We now are under 10 seconds.
Ken is Ken in there? I think he hooked. He did. He hooked and went inside the race course.
Boy, he sure did. We're racing. It appeared to be a clean start. And special touch, fire and water restoration. Grand Prix America 3B. So a tough break for Brody right at the start. The start was good. And Bobby Kennedy leads in TM Special.
Well, he does lead in the TM Special up the backstretch. He's got Legacy 1 on the outside, but Brody is coming. Brody says, I'm not out of this yet. Look at Ken fly. This is not over yet. Brody is still running on the inside. He got caught at the start. He hooked inside, was tardy, but he's trying to make it up.
Bobby Kennedy, lane number 1, TM Special. But boy, Brody is flying up through the field. It appears he'll pass Brandon Kennedy for second. Bobby Kennedy clearly in front. Now Brandon Kennedy, I think, saw Brody in that left rear view mirror outside the capsule and picked up the pace. Brad, your race is for second. Brandon Kennedy still holds on, but here is Brody.
Yeah, here comes Brody off the exit pin. Watch him go. This boat's been known for acceleration, and he's got it. Oh, boy, but so does Kennedy on the outside. They are going to be dead even by the... Oh, no, they're not. Brody backed off just a little bit. He's got to hold that inside lane. They're getting really close, Jeff.
We're halfway to it, and boy, they don't get any closer than that. Halfway through special touch. Fire and water restoration. Now Brody has moved into second clearly over Brandon Kennedy. And EMS presents Legacy 1. You kind of hear a cough and a skip underneath the bonnet of Brandon Kennedy's boat, not running at top shelf. 1 1/2 laps to go, but this boat is at top shelf. Bobby Kennedy, TM Special.
Bobby Kennedy is running. Boy, that boat has been quick, and it's been good all weekend. This is no surprise. It's too bad that Ken Brody had the problem at the start and wasn't there. It might have been a really good 2-boat run.
White flag display, 3 down, 1 more to go for Bobby Kennedy, clearly in front. Ken Brody recovered after that incident prior to the start, up in turn number 2, coming down to the start, running second, pardon me, in the Freedom. Here's your third place boat, Brandon Kennedy. EMS presents Legacy 1. Bobby Kennedy, his mother, Patty Kennedy Hayes, on vacation in Germany. You're watching on the World Wide Web, Patty, via H1 Unlimited through YouTube. Your son will win Grand Prix America 3B, brought to you by Special Touch, Fire and Water Restoration. Second place will go to Ken Brody in the Freedom, Ken out of Grand Island, New York. So we'll see how the points fare out. I know Ken will be disappointed, but did recover to get those second place points. And boy, it's been a tough weekend for Brandon Kennedy. You can tell it's just not quite up to where it needs to be, but trying to limp across and get these third place points. And EMS presents Legacy 1. Brad Luce, I need to step away for a moment. I will be back to you. Up next, we're going back racing with H1 Unlimited.
Thank you very much, Jeff Ayler. I want to make a comment if I can. A quick comment about that heat. I believe it was lap 2 up at the upper end, may have been lap 3, when Ken Brody was able to get by Brandon Kennedy on the inside. They were pretty much side by side up the backstretch, but just before they entered the upper corner, you saw Ken Brody back off a little bit, and it turns out it was a darn good thing he did, because Kennedy was going to hold him in really, really tight, and Ken Brody wanted to make sure he could hold his line tight to the buoy row to get through that corner and then accelerate and get by Brandon. That's what he did. Ken Brody is going to be heard from before this day is done, but so is Bobby Kennedy. So, Mom, I hope you liked it in Germany. You're still up and watching. I have no idea what time it is over there, but kids are doing good. All right, we'll step away. We'll touch base with the officials, make sure everything's legal. That was Grand Prix America Heat 3B, presented for the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest by Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration. We'll be right back.
Its owner is former fighter pilot, unlimited driver, and Detroit racing pioneer George Simon. This is the boat with which George and driver Roy Doobie made history.
I owe a lot to Roy Doobie. There's no question that if it wasn't for Roy, that record would not hold today. He had the nerve and the stamina to do this. Well, we had finished running at Madison, which was the last race of the year back in 1962, and Roy felt that we should try to break the world's record because in some test runs at Madison, he'd got up to 200 miles an hour. Once we saw the 200 mile an hour, the next question was, where are you going to run the boat to get some 10 or 15 miles that you needed to run a record in? Because once you're running at 200 miles an hour, you cannot back off the throttle because of the lift on the propeller. And if you back off too quickly, the bow will come up and you'll do a loop. And we've lost a lot of drivers that way, as you know. So going through the record is really not holding, 200 miles an hour through the record. It's really trying to hold that 200 miles an hour for almost 4 miles. And it takes quite a stamina and some nerve on the pilot's part.
A few years previous to the world record, the Miss U.S. and Doobie hit the Detroit Yacht Club at high speed during testing, and amazingly, both the boat and the drivers suffered only minor damages, with the Miss U.S. flipping over the dock and landing right side up in an empty boat well.
That was interesting. I just came back from a trip, and I got off the airplane and got to where you grab a cab, and I saw headlines. It was back in the 60s again. And it said, Miss U.S. hits yacht club at docks at 165 miles an hour. And of course, I thought that it had destroyed the boat. And when I got down to see the boat and find out what had happened, apparently Roy was running some test runs on the Detroit River. And just prior to getting to the yacht club, he lost his rudder. And consequently had no steering. And he stayed with it until he got to to the yacht club, jumped out, and the boat hit a spiling, went over the dock, and landed in the small lagoon and missed about 4 54-foot cruisers, and it just was a miracle. I have some very pleasant memories. I have some that were sorrowful, but all in all, it was great to look back on. You know, your life is what you've lived, and it's been great to look back on some of the great moments of racing.
Good afternoon once again, our fans along the shoreline and watching at home via H1 Unlimited through YouTube. We're about set to go back. H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing here at the American Powerboat Association Gold Cup. We're inside 7 minutes and 30 seconds away until H1 Unlimited Heat 4A, sponsored by Guntersville Waterboard, providing excellent water quality at reasonable rates to the residents and businesses of Guntersville. Looking at our monitor here at the start-finish line, we'll go over our point standings after 3 sections for the 2022 APBA Gold Cup. On top with a perfect score of 1,200 points, Jimmy Shane, Miss Home Street. In second position, 969 points, Dave Vilwalk, Beacon Plumbing. In third slot, 850 points, Jeff Bernard, Goodman Real Estate. In fourth position, 769 points, Corey Peabody, Lynx Healthcare. In the fifth position, 825 points, U8, Miss Tri-Cities, J. Michael Kelly. In the sixth spot, 619 points, Jamie Nielsen, Miss Colleen. And the seventh boat with 600 points is Jimmy King in Griggs Presents Miss Ace Hardware. We are inside the 6-minute mark for Guntersville Waterboard Unlimited 4A. Brad, please go over why the Turbinator is now being awarded 600 points due to a violation back in the third section.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Turbinator has run really, really strong this weekend, and it's been tremendous. But unfortunately, in their last heat, Jeff and I have been talking about the 80-mile-an-hour rule. And during the milling period, which is beginning right now as boats are coming away from the dock, you cannot go below 80 miles an hour. You must maintain that speed all the way to the start-finish line, or translated another way, you have to be above 80 miles an hour for the next 5 minutes and 6 seconds. Unfortunately, Jimmy King in the U3, the Griggs Presents Miss Ace Hardware, dropped below 80 miles an hour. Now, that in and of itself is not a penalty, but there's 2 ways you can incur that 80-mile-an-hour penalty. One is to drop below 80 miles an hour for a time period greater than 5 seconds, or you can drop below 80 miles an hour for more than 3 seconds twice. It was one of those. We believe it was a double violation for a 3-second violation, but it really doesn't make any difference. But the key to the whole thing, Jeff, is that does not grant them a penalty in any way as far as an extra lap or a minute on their time. It's a DSQ. So that takes away all the points, and unfortunately, it has put the 3 in a real tough spot as far as making a final.
No doubt a severe infraction, and they drew the 4-boat heat, so they need to score well, get some points, might actually need some help. You don't like to wish your competitors bad luck, but that is part of the racing game in H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing. Brad Luce, we are coming up on 3 minutes and 45 seconds until the start. Please ID our participants in Guntersville Waterboard 4A for our guests, fans along the shoreline, and those watching at home via H1 Unlimited
I will
through YouTube.
I will do that, definitely, Jeff. But we've had a lot of fans come up and ask us about speeds on the heats here this weekend. Couple quick numbers. In Heat 3A for H1 Unlimited, Corey Peabody in the Lynx Healthcare, the fastest lap he turned was lap number 2, 1:59.292. He was 0.2 of a mile an hour off a course and Gold Cup record. In Heat 3B, the fast lap was turned by Dave Ilwalk in the U40 Beacon Plumbing. It was lap 1 at 155 miles an hour. So that gives you an idea. I heard the Turbinator go by. We'll look at Corey Peabody there, Lynx Healthcare, as he goes down the front straightaway. He's going to cut the race course and head over to the backside. On the backside over there is the U40. That is the Beacon Plumbing. That is Dave Vilwalk, second overall in points. And remember, the points, as far as the race go, are how you find your way into the final heat. The top 5 boats will be on the front row. Jeff Bernard in the U91. The Miss Goodman Real Estate comes across start finish. Here comes Dave again. I hear the piston power, Jeff. He's up at the top end of the course. I ran some numbers. Let's just say it's a tall order. Jimmy's got to pretty much win this heat.
Exactly, Brad. Right now, Vilwalk and Bernard second and third in points respectively. I think they want to try to remain clean, keep their boat out of trouble. I think Corey Peabody would like a higher finish to get a little bit more safe position in that 5th spot right now in points. And there's that 3,000 horsepower turbocharged Allison. Griggs presents Miss Ace Hardware. We are 1 minute, 50 seconds until Guntersville Waterboard Unlimited 4A.
Watch Dave. Dave's going to come. Watch Bernard. I think he'll come with him. The question's going to be if Jeff will turn inside him, and he will not. Jeff's going to stay outside of him. Where's Corey? Jeff is going to come down. He's going to try and sneak inside Dave. Keep an eye on this one, Jeff, when they go down there. Corey's coming off the bottom of the course. So is Jimmy King. They are going to have to get over here and in a hurry. Corey, pick it up. Or Corey may cut the course again, but he's got to cut it up here at the top end.
We've not seen Jimmy King be this aggressive, Brad, in the milling period up until this section. So Bernard just cut to the inside, but I was mentioning the Turbinator. I think they'd like to get the inside, but right now, Brad, at 55 seconds, it looks like King might have to go to the outside.
Yeah, I don't think he's really upset with that, although look where Corey's going to show up when he gets over there. He's going to get over there behind King. That may put Corey on the far outside, depending on what Jimmy King wants to do. But leading up the back chute here with about 38 seconds to go, Jeff Bernard is in 1. Dave Vilwalk is in 2. Now watch these guys go up there. Jeff, put him in a lane here. If you see, you're looking at the monitor, it looks to me like Corey's going to get in 3, and the Turbinator's going to come on the outside with Jimmy King.
Right now, lane number 1, Jeff Bernard in the Goodman Real Estate. Corey Peabody trying to make a lane in lane number 2. Vilwalk in 3, King to the outside. They are at the exit pin at 15 seconds. This looks to be ideal. We are now 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. We're racing. It appears to be a clean start. In Guntersville Waterboard Unlimited 4A, Peabody made a lane in there in lane number 2. We're going to turn number 1. Corey Peabody in front, but Bernard with the inside lane, and oh, they just about touched, and they are deck to deck.
Coming off the corner, it is Jeff Bernard on the inside, and the guy with the best start of the heat, Corey Peabody, Lynx Healthcare. He's got about 2 boat lengths on Bernard. Believe me, there's a bright orange boat on the outside with Dave Vilwalk behind the wheel. That's the Beacon Plumbing, and you can hear the piston boat, the Griggs Ace Hardware. Top end of the race course, it is Corey Peabody driving the Lynx Healthcare and showing some really good speed here. Bernard, can he make up some time? But watch up there, Jeff. Where is Vilwalk? There he is right there. He slides out. So here come the top 3 leaders here in our Heat 4A, presented by the Guntersville Waterboard.
Corey Peabody putting it to the wood in U9 Lynx Healthcare. 1 complete, 2 to go. Peabody in front. And Vilwalk is flying on the outside in the Beacon Plumbing. We go back into turn number 1. 1, 2, 3. Peabody gets there first. Vilwalk is still in second, and Vilwalk is swung way outside in turn number 1. Brad Peabody, your leader. Bernard and Vilwalk side by side for second.
The start has been ruled good. Everybody is legal. Corey Peabody really moving, but look at the orange boat. Vilwalk starting to close. He's into the rooster tail of Corey Peabody as they approach the top end of the race course. Bernard's not out of this yet either. 1, 2, 3 at the top end. Oh boy, can Dave run him down? I don't know, Jeff. Corey's got a lot of speed, but Dave's coming hard.
Vilwalk swung way outside in turn number 2, tightens it back up. Corey Peabody driving a whale of a race here in Guntersville Waterboard Unlimited 4A. The white flag is displayed. I'm surprised Vilwalk still got it to the wood. He's trying to chase down Peabody to get 400 points in 4A. Bernard in 3rd, King in 4th. Back in turn number 1, Peabody driving good there in lane number 1 in the Lynx Healthcare, and Vilwalk has cut it down to 7 boat lengths.
Here comes Dave on the outside. This is the white flag lap. The checkers will be hanging next time. Vilwalk's got to pull up alongside of Corey, and Corey is slowed down. Corey has lost power. He lost some power. He still got it on, but clearly he was slowing down. Vilwalk went by him like he was tied to a post. Dave Vilwalk, the U40 is a rocket ship.
Now we got to watch for Bernard is so far back, I don't think, and Brad, I'm looking at the monitor. I thought Peabody lost his front canard wing, but I believe it's still attached.
What's the race for 3rd, Jeff?
Dave Vilwalk, checkered flag waving. Here's your winner of Guntersville Waterboard 4A. It's Dave Vilwalk in Beacon Plumbing. 2nd place will go to Corey Peabody in the Lynx Healthcare. Side by side for 3rd. The Turbine on the inside. The Turbinator on the outside. It's a drag race to the finish, and the Turbinator will get 225 points in 3rd. Jimmy King and the Griggs presents Miss Ace Hardware. Jeff Bernard will get 4th in the Goodman Real Estate. Fans in Guntersville, how about that H1 Unlimited action?
How about that kind of stuff? Holy cow. And you know what I like to say, Jeff, when somebody has a really good start, I always say I'd put those timing marks in a place you don't want to lose them. Corey Peabody just exploded into view coming across start-finish line. He was rolling. I was like you. I kind of thought after a couple of laps maybe Dave would back it off and just say, all right, the shouting's over in this one. I don't think so.
I was surprised Vilwalk kept it to the horn, but there was a problem with Peabody and Brad by the boat ride. I thought he lost the front canard wing, but I looked at the monitor once again, and it was intact.
I saw it when he came across the start-finish line, only because you said it. I watched it very close. It was there. And we were talking about how difficult it was going to be for the Griggs Presents Miss Ace Hardware to get a spot on the front row. They pretty much needed to win that heat. So that run right there with Jeff Bernard and Jimmy King, that was pretty much their final heat right there. It seemed to get the fans pretty well hyped up. And we are not done, fans. You do not want to miss this final heat. It is going to, because it's going to feature something that we haven't seen all weekend. There is a showdown at the OK Corral coming up here. Dave Vilwalk and Jimmy Shane.
Plus, it will be a 5-boat front row and a 5-lap winner-take-all final for the 112th Gold Cup, set to kick off, Alabama football fans, at 5 p.m. Central Time.
Don't miss it, and then you're going to have a very excited driver. And whether it is Corey Peabody, J. Michael Kelly, Jimmy Shane, Dave Vilwalk, any of our drivers that are competing here this weekend, trust me, if you get your name on that trophy, even if it's been there 10 times, Dave, he will be very excited. He's got a little extra motivation. His owner, who's been with him for close to 30 years, has never tasted victory as an owner. That's going to be a party if they can pull it off in the Beacon Plumbing Camp.
Brad, you're exactly right. We'd like to thank our 4A Unlimited sponsor once again, Guntersville Waterboard, providing excellent water quality at reasonable rates to the residents and businesses of Guntersville. Guntersville Waterboard will be back with us as well for H1 Unlimited Heat 4B. Brad, our engineers, Tana and Mike Morissette, and we've got the Angel in the house. I believe up next we'll have the exhibition run of the U36 Miss US 4.
And if it is, I have a little bit of a special surprise here for everybody. That is supposed to come up at 3 o'clock. Brian Montgomery, did you like that one? Well, your drone shots were good. Jeff was calling from him. Jeff, I would like to ask you a question. I'd like to ask you a question about that last heat because I know you were watching the monitor. I can't watch the monitor because I can't sit down when H1's on the water. And, of course, Jeff's ignoring me here, but I need an answer to this one, Jeff. This is a highly technical question. But you made the call when they went down here, I want to say lap 2. Apparently, a couple of the boats, I believe Corey Peabody and maybe Jeff Bernard, got really close together. I know you were watching the drone shot on the screen.
By memory, I think it was lap number 1, turn number 1, or it could have been lap number 2, turn number 1. But, boy, they were fighting hard, and it was some close dueling down in turn number 1 between those two pilots out of the Pacific Northwest. Of course, Jeff Bernard, a native of Allen Park, Michigan, now resides in Kent, Washington. Ironically, his neighbor in the same town, Corey Peabody.
They've actually raced together more than just today. As I said earlier yesterday, if I had $1 for every time those two guys and throw J. Michael Kelly into the mix, I've watched them run in Region 10 limited inboard racing. I could be a wealthy guy. And yes, our engineers are looking over, and yes, I do have some stuff I need to write down. But that was a good heat. We're going to step away. We'll check with the officials, but don't go away. The APBA Gold Cup is coming up. Philip, it's going to be good. You ready? You're going to be standing up and down here watching, aren't you? You darn straight you're going to be. Guntersville, you got a big treat coming up. Oh, by the way, that was Heat 4A. We have Heat 4B to come. I don't know if you realize this from previous years. If this was previous years, we wouldn't have had a 4A and a 4B. This is part of the Gold Cup because it is the endurance race as it was originally designed. Let's turn it back and play some music. We'll be back when we're ready to go racing.
Something, but he went, and I think he's
All right, race fans, once again, it's trophy time. Remember, 14 heats of competition today, and we had to rerun one, so I guess that makes 15. I did that in my head. This is Grand Prix America Heat 3B, presented by Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration. Winner up here, Bobby Kennedy. He was here a little bit early. I told you we're going to cut these things a little bit short because we're trying to get the action back out on the water. But I just got to say one thing. I hope you learned something from my previous interview with you. Say hi to Mom.
Hi, Mom. Also, I gotta say hi to my fiance back at home, Sarah. I love you so much. I miss my kids. My kids aren't here. Fuck.
Don't worry, man. I said we were going. We got a bride-to-be. That's coming up in July, I do believe. Congratulations on all that. Jamison Charles is here from Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration. Do we have the hardware? We do, so let's give that to you. I'm going to give you the microphone. You can give it to him with a little formal presentation, then we want your picture taken right here. It's all yours, bud.
Thank you, sir. Bobby, it was a pleasure watching it. It was a fun race on behalf of Special Touch Restoration. Here you go, brother. Great race. Looking forward to the final.
Thanks, buddy.
Yes, sir.
All right, so take this picture.
Yeah, get out there. You got to get work done. Who are we looking at?
I don't know who was picking.
Who's taking the picture? He's got to go get in the boat.
In the dress.
All right, good deal,
Thank
brother.
you,
Hey,
sir. I
good
really
luck.
appreciate all your
Yeah,
help.
we'll be watching.
Good luck, Bobby. Go get back on the boat. We'll see you later on. Jamison Charles, representing Special Touch Fire and Water Restoration, thank you for your participation. Doesn't happen without you. We need sponsors, man, and you're awesome. Let's turn it back to the man spinning the discs in there. Let's get some good thumping music going. I think I've got 2 more trophies yet to still give away. As soon as we get a driver and I get a representative, we'll be ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, our vintage hydroplane, the Miss US, the U-36, is away from the dock. We believe they have the problem solved from an earlier run. Let's cue up the music, because you know how they love to run those old piston boats. It was life in the fast lane. Well, they had a hose leak earlier in the Miss US U-36, and that's what cut the last run short. Didn't sound terribly strong that time by, but they've told me they'll have it up and ready to run. So let's make sure Mark can finish a few laps here, and we can see the Miss US U-36 from 1957 on the water. But there's another boat that was built in 1957, happened to go really, really fast in a straight line. That's our world record holder that is parked right here behind the start-finish line and in front of the main stage. And if you want to talk about having some hydroplane royalty in front, I've got it right here. The boat was owned back in the day by George Simon. George had a brother. His name was Joe Simon. I have with me right now George Simon Jr. and Joe Simon Jr. And the first thing you need to know about these guys, how many kids were there that you were involved in the two families?
19.
19. And they sent these two as the representative. This is really awesome that you're here. We're going to watch this boat go around, and we can talk after he kind of cruises by. It doesn't sound real good. Here he comes. Come on, Mark. Because I've got a few questions for you guys. We want to talk about that world record holder. And that particular hull looks a whole lot different than that one out there. They are obviously two entirely different designs. That was a Lauterbach. Yours was the Dan Arena hull that we've got back here. But I talked to you guys earlier, and I found out how young you are. So you were like a 10-year-old boy when all that happened, and the kid over here, I think, was 8, right?
Right, 8 years old.
Were either of you here when the record was set in 1962? You were not?
No. We weren't here. I mean, my mother was trying to take care of the 10 kids. So.
I guess that would keep your hands full, but you guys told me that you went to a lot of the races.
Yes, we grew up around the boats, grew up going to races.
And you said something about just letting, you ever have all 19 of you at one time at a race?
Oh, yeah. We'd be running all over the place, driving everybody crazy.
So one of you, and I don't know which, and I know my broadcast partner here is going to want to see this, but I believe it was in 1962 when Roy Doobie set the world record in that boat that your dad was intimately involved in. He was awarded the key to the city. and you're going to reach in your pocket and pull out the key to Guntersville, Indiana. Jeff, you need to come up and take a look at this. This is very, very, what did I say? It's you and that Chandler Chevrolet thing. You've done that to me about I think it was here in Guntersville, Alabama. Anyway, that is very, very cool. So you've been involved with racing as kids growing up. Obviously, you're still involved now. What are you doing?
I'm retired and I'm playing around with boats.
So do you remember at all what it was like after the record? You weren't there, you didn't see it, but I got to think that Dad came home, had to be pretty excited.
Oh, it was a real honor for them to be able to break the record, and they just loved Guntersville, Lake Guntersville, and running down here. So it was just an exciting time.
Well, and it is a special body of water, and as Katie will tell you over and over again, it is the South's fastest water.
No question about it. I mean, it's been proven, right? 1962.
Absolutely, and I know you know the story about somebody kicking the cord out on the second run. Had that not happened, you might have set the record up around 2:10, because that first run was like 2:07, if memory serves me right. And if that's the case, the record today sits at 2:05. You might still hold that record.
I think we still hold the record for a piston power.
You do.
And yep. I had heard the same thing, and they blamed my father for doing that, and he denied it.
He denied it. Tell me a little bit about George Sr. I told you I pulled out my 1962 Gold Cup program that had his autograph in it. I had to show it to my wife. I did see this guy, but tell me a little bit about your father. What kind of a guy was he?
Oh, he was a great man, really. Everybody liked my father. He was honest, he was fun. He was capable, you know. He's one of those people. Post-World War II.
He's running better.
He was very competitive.
Super competitive. But he came out of World War II. He was a Corsair pilot, and he started as a machine tool company, and he got his brother to come in and work with him. And I don't know why he started, but he wanted to be able to basically advertise his company. And so he got into boat racing, and he drove it for the first year and a half, I think.
I do remember that. I don't remember that, but I've seen it. I've seen it written. Your father, tell me a little bit about Joe.
Well, my dad was a partner with George, and again, another very competitive guy, and loved the racing and car racing and boat racing, and him and George just had a lot of fun doing this.
And a lot of fans may not realize that your father, George Simon, was very instrumental in the fact that we have sponsorship on our hydroplanes. He literally took on the federal government and proved that sponsoring a hydroplane was a legitimate business expense.
That's right. It's still case law today. If it were auto racing, car racing, you know, the boats, anybody sponsored kind of a deal. For a while, the government thought that those were personal fun things to do, and he said no, it was something to advertise my business, and he brought a bunch of his clients to the court, and they testified that says, no, I know George because of boating, or I do business with him because of boating, and he won that case, and that became case law for sponsorships for all kinds of racing.
How did he get involved in boat racing in the first place? Oh, that might be a good one.
I don't know. Do you?
Well, you know, they grew up in Detroit, alongside the Detroit River, and watching boat races, you know, all their lives. And I think that when they had a capability to do it, they went out and did it.
I made this comment in Madison, Indiana, a long time ago, the first time I ever went to Madison, and I met a bunch of people from Detroit. And I told them they were great people. And I told them, I said, you guys are really nice people. I said, and I'm not supposed to like you. You are those bad guys from Detroit. And you know it's true because you really did steal that 1955 Gold Cup, didn't you?
Well, that's a difference of opinion still. Depends on where you're from. Kind of location sensitive.
It is location sensitive. And I think I told you guys earlier, I raised that subject in Detroit at the Gold Cup one time. That, come on, Detroit. No, it didn't go over well at all. So first time to Guntersville, you guys having a good time?
We love this town. The hospitality has been fabulous. The venue's fabulous. The lake is beautiful, and we're just happy to be here.
We are so happy you're here. Now, what's next for that thing? Because I'm hearing stories. Are we going to try and get this thing on the water?
Yeah, Joe and I have got some engine parts, and we're going to try to work to get some engines in it, maybe come back next year and actually be next to the other Miss US.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
Well, we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, that would be so good. I cannot thank you guys enough for coming down here, to being a part of this. Katie Norton, I know, was so excited to have you guys here, to have that boat here, and then we got to bring Jay Armstrong's ride down here and get it on the water. Thank you, guys. This is a special moment for me to meet both of you guys and talk about things that happened when I was, just like you. George, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
My pleasure also. Thanks for having us talk to you.
No, it's great, Joe. This is really something special.
We're just loving every moment of it.
Very, very good. Well, so are we. Guntersville, if you can hear me, can you give it up for this guy right here? Both of these guys, George and Joe. They are here representing Miss US, George and Joe Simon. Thank you. And you guys are going to be at the award ceremony, I understand. All right, so these going to be talking. Let's not forget Mary Ann. I had a hard time remembering her name, and she goes, "You do remember Ginger and Mary Ann, right?" And I said, "Well, of course." So I said, "Mary Ann." She goes, "That's my name." So I've called her Ginger ever since. Thank you for coming down with these.
Thank you.
Have you had a good time?
A great time. And we thank Katie. She was fabulous. Everybody's been so nice. It's been great. Love it.
It's a terrific city and a whole bunch of great people, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you so much. It is.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. This was very cool. All right, we're going to send it back to the guys playing the music. That is George Simon Jr. and Joe Simon Jr. I don't know if you can come up with bigger names that have to do with hydroplane racing than those. They're right there at the very top. Got great looking US 1 shirts on too. All right, Jeff, where are we on a schedule? What do I need to do? Can we play some music here? What do we got going? Is he? Okay. We're going to step away for just a moment. Maybe we can play a little bit of music. But I think we've got our winner over here. And we're going to give away another award. All right, race fans, once again, we got more awards to give away. Katie, if we wanted to make Dave feel real nervous, we could just leave Dave up on stage up there. I don't know how long he'll stand up there and wait for us, but he's here. Yes, and after all that, we found Katie to make this happen. But it was our Heat 4A, sponsored by the Guntersville Water Board. And we all know about sponsorship. We're trying to do these a little quicker, but we certainly appreciate their participation in the sport and in your event. Katie, you've just done an incredible job. I know you're going to stand up for them. I'm going to hand you the mic in just a moment, but first of all, let's talk about this guy over here. He and I are almost on a first-name basis. He's been coming over and paying me visits. It is Dave Villwalk. He drives the U40, the Miss Beacon Plumbing, and drives it quite well. Just this little group right here, I honestly think that was the best heat so far we've seen of the weekend. And oh, by the way, we're not done because we got a final to run. It's going to be good. Dave, you're ready. I know it.
Yeah, that was a good run. That was fun. You know, the guys were running real hard. You know, and I think I got to give a shout out to the H1 people who are streaming this. You know, my wife Holly and grandson and grandmother and all the relatives in Fort Wayne, Indiana were watching it, and they're having a good time.
There you go. We got Bobby Kennedy's kid, or Bobby Kennedy's wife is in Germany watching.
Wow, wow.
So good stuff. Very good stuff. A great run. I know you got more work to do for that thing over there. Katie, I'm going to hand this over to you. Congratulations. Dave Villwalk, the winner of our 4A, presented by the Guntersville Water Board. Katie?
So, Dave, the Water Board is a new sponsor with us this year, and so we're really thankful that they came on board. And this tent over here is full of sponsors who are supporting this event, and without them, we couldn't have Guntersville Lake Hydrofest. So, on behalf of all of them, Guntersville Water Board and Marshall County Tourism and Sports, congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. We know how hard everyone works here and how much everybody works together to make it possible for us to come, and what a treat it is for us to be here.
Thank you.
Yep, stand up there. Where do you want them, Bill? Chris, where do you want them? Got it? All right, thanks, Dave. Thank you very much. Thank you, Katie. Jeff Ayler, we are inside 8 minutes to H1 Unlimited Heat 4B, our final preliminary heat for our H1 Unlimiteds. It is presented again by the Guntersville Water Board. They are a first-time sponsor here. So again, we thank them for their participation in the 2022 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest. And before we get into our rundown of the boats, we're inside 8 minutes. But before we get into it, I want to talk a little bit about the volunteers. We've talked so much about sponsors and how important sponsors are. But you've done enough of this, I've done enough of this. This doesn't happen without volunteers. I'd like to have you comment a little bit on just the volunteers and what they mean. I will tell you, Katie's got over 250 of them.
Well, she's done a wonderful job and assembled a first-class team. The race staff here, everybody, Brad, you've heard me coin the phrase from letter A to Z, is just flat-out phenomenal. Everyone is so cordial. The hospitality here in Guntersville is just off the charts, as I mentioned earlier today, and it shows in the volunteer staff. Without them, we can't race, and volunteers, we can't thank you enough. Fans along the shoreline, let's give a round of applause to our Lake Guntersville Hydrofest volunteers.
Thank you. I heard that down there. It really is key to this. And yeah, somebody's got to be the point man. Somebody's got to be out front. But as we all know how that works, it's the people behind that are selling tickets, they're parking cars, they're running security at the gates, everything they need to do. You're looking at me like you got something that's just burning to say.
Well, Brad, we've seen it in every facet of business. It doesn't matter what you do in business. The leader has to have a wonderful staff below him. That's what make a great team.
That's exactly what it is. The two people that have been sitting down to our left. We told them jokingly, but at the end of the day, it's true. They're here to make us look good because that's what they do. And that's what the volunteers do. And some of our race sites have 300. Katie said something about 250. We've heard some incredible numbers, but without them, it doesn't happen. Volunteers, thank you, wherever you are, up and down the beach.
Before we get into this Guntersville Waterboard Unlimited 4B, Brad, I believe all 4 boats cleared tech inspection back in 4A, so the way they finished across the line 1 through 4 was correct.
And that's good to hear because it looked like it was clean, at least at the start. It was close. It was close. Translation, they were some really good starts, all 4 of them. It was one of those throw the blanket across them, could have had them. But we're going to go at it and do it again. We got 3 boats set to come here in Heat 4B presented by Guntersville Waterboard. I see the U11 of Miss Colleen coming across the lake. Jamie Nielsen behind the wheel of this one. He's going to be joined by the U8, the Miss Tri-Cities. J. Michael Kelly will pilot that silver boat trimmed in bright orange. And a man nobody's been able to conquer yet. The U1, Miss Home Street, Jimmy Shane, got 1,200 points. That's about as many as you can get.
The Miss Madison Racing, Miss Home Street, has looked flawless throughout the weekend. Had some test speeds on Friday and Saturday in the lower 160-mile-per-hour bracket several times, as we're 4 minutes, 45 seconds away until the start of Guntersville Waterboard Unlimited Heat 4B. Brad Luce, let's ID the boats as they come by the start-finish line buoy the first time for our guests, the race fans here at Guntersville.
First boat coming across the start-finish line. U11, Miss Colleen, Jamie Nielsen. He comes across. He is in 6th place in points. He has 619 points. Behind him, coming across the line right now, J. Michael Kelly. J. Michael Kelly is 4th in points with 825. He drives that U8, the Miss Tri-Cities. Great big letters on the side of that silver craft says the Tri. And that's what we call it out there in the Tri-Cities of Washington, the Tri. And there's a little slogan out there. I'm sure you've seen it, heard it. It's everywhere when you go out there. Love the Tri.
Love the Tri.
I've got T-shirts, hats, we've got it all. And let me look at this boat, see if we can ID this one on the front straightaway. Powder blue and white. The boat you own, what you said, the little square millimeter or something. But
it gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
The U1 to Miss Home Street. Jimmy Shane as Jamie Nielsen cuts the race course. He'll come over to the front side. Still 3 minutes and 25 seconds until the start. Here comes J. Michael. He too will cut the race course.
3 minutes, 20 seconds until the start. Once again, you fight for your lane in the H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Series. This is the milling period. 3-lap heat coming up. And Brad, right now, I don't think we'll see quite as much fierce excitement in this one as we did in the last one, but we want to keep our eye out on the U8 Miss Tri-Cities. You're defending Southern Cup champion. It's been a struggle here in Guntersville. Let's see how the 8 runs here in 4B and see if they have the problem solved to gain more boat speed and better boat ride.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think we'll see what we saw in the previous heat. However, I expect J. Michael Kelly, at least for one lap, to stretch this thing out. I think they got to figure out what they've got. And they haven't been able to solve the little issues they've been having. I look for Mike to pop this thing at the start and really give it a run. I think also he'd like to run with Jimmy at least once down the front chute and just kind of measure himself a little bit. Somebody's got to solve that blue and white bomb right there.
Beautiful boat ride here in the warm-up period for Jimmy Shane and Miss Homestreet. The native of Havre de Grace, Maryland, now resides in San Antonio, Texas. Jimmy, 5 APBA Gold Cup wins, tied with the legendary Gar Wood. Gar Wood won his Gold Cups 5 consecutive years from 1917 to 1921. Brad Shane looking for a 6th to go on that list, 4th all-time behind Chip Hanauer, Dave Vilwalk, and Bill Muncie. But Dave Vilwalk wants to win the Gold Cup to tie his buddy, Hanauer.
Yeah, he really does. And as you were talking, you didn't think Jimmy would do anything too extravagant. He's just put himself on the outside. He's not even going to mess with trying to get an inside lane. I think that's going to belong to Kelly unless Nielsen wants to stick his nose in there. I think Kelly wants to run this hard at the start and measure himself at least one straightaway, one lap, at least a little bit against that Homestreet, because if he's going to pull off a Gold Cup win, he's going to have to beat him.
There might be a deflector for J. Michael Kelly to get lane number 1. It's Jamie Nielsen, Miss Colleen. He leads him up the back chute.
And he loves to get lane 1, and he has never been shy about putting his nose in there. Boat ran real good in Tri-Cities last year, final heat. Lane 1 belonged to Jamie Nielsen. So looking at our clock, coming up on 45 seconds in mark. 45 seconds until the start. Nielsen 3/4 of the way up the backstretch with 40 seconds. Then behind him quite a ways to J. Michael Kelly. Boy, watch Jimmy wind up that blue one. He's going to come a-charging. Now here comes Jimmy now. He's starting to get the pedal down. Jeff, we are coming up on 20 seconds until the start. It's Heat 4B presented by Guntersville Waterboard. Let's go racing. Final time to earn points before the final.
15 seconds, that's ideal off that exit pin to the start-finish line buoy. It is Guntersville Waterboard Unlimited 4B. We are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark, and we will call it physically. I'm certain the start will be under review. 3 unlimited hydroplanes flying into turn number 1 on lap number 1. Jamie Nielsen gets there first, Brad, and Miss Colleen, but Jimmy Shane is there on the outside. Surprised we've not seen him yet.
No, we haven't seen him yet. He's back about 4 boat lengths. Scott Rady, that Miss Colleen is running hard down the backstretch. J. Michael Kelly is giving ground to both of them. Where is Jimmy Shane? Jeff, he's back about 3 boat lengths, but that inside position paying big dividends for Jamie Nielsen in the U11 of Miss Colleen. You're going to see Jimmy Shane when they get to the exit pin. Where is he? There he is. Plenty of room there for both boats. Kelly falls back in the Miss Tri-Cities. Bring him to lap 1, Jeff.
Beautiful side-by-side dueling. Nielsen to the inside, Shane to the outside. We will come down to complete lap number 1, and it is a heater after lap number 1. But Shane gaining momentum on the outside in Miss Homestreet. Nielsen will drop back to 2nd and Miss Colleen. But no, Nielsen has popped his nose back out in front. Jamie Nielsen driving a whale of a race on the inside. Shane in second.
The start is under review, and if it is, I think it's going to involve Jamie Nielsen, but we call them the way they are in the water. There's the powder blue of Jimmy Shane. There is a potential penalty on one of the boats. We'll assume it happened at the start. We'll call them as they are on the water. That's what we do until it's official. Jimmy Shane, once again, rocking and rolling at the top end of the race course. He's been driving everybody so clean. Watch how much room he gives Nielsen. There's 3 lanes in there, maybe 4. So plenty of room. Jimmy's got it wound up. He will come down. White flag, Jeff. Give it to him.
White flag displayed. Now Jimmy Shane extends it out, make it 7 boat lengths. 1 more lap to go, and Guntersville Waterboard Unlimited 4B, and now Nielsen back about 1 rooster tail in second in the Miss Colleen, and J. Michael Kelly remains in third in Miss Tri-Cities. But Jamie Nielsen, Brad, is not giving up. Shane has got some competition on the inside. They are side by side.
Yeah, Nielsen does not want to go away, and Jimmy gave it a squirt coming down the front straightaway, and he kind of moved out on Jamie, and Jamie said, I'm not going away. Keeping that left side rear view mirror full of chartreuse and royal blue. Miss Colleen, keep an eye on Mr. Kelly. Kelly is coming hard on the outside in third. Jeff, I'm going to give this to you now, but watch Kelly off the top end.
No doubt, Brad. Keep your eye on Kelly. Could he sneak up on Nielsen to get the second spot? We see the checkered flag waving. We're about to conclude Guntersville Waterboard Unlimited 4B. Your winner is Jimmy Shane. Here comes Kelly. Time is running out. Second place will go to Jamie Nielsen by 3 boat lengths over J. Michael Kelly in the Miss Tri-Cities. So Jimmy Shane wins Guntersville Waterboard Unlimited 4B. Nielsen, though, Brad, seems to be on charge a little bit more. I think the possible 1 lap infraction could be on this craft.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that they're asking him to take an extra lap while they review that start just in case, because that's what the penalty would be. We have heard of a potential 1 lap penalty, and the reason they do that, and I like when that rule got changed, because if you charge him the 1 lap penalty, he actually has to go out and finish that 4th lap. Is that official? We have it official. Jamie Nielsen in the U11 did jump, so J. Michael Kelly is going to be your 2nd place finisher. I think that's how we all saw it here at the start-finish line, but it does not erase how well Scott and Shannon Rainey's boat just ran. That's the best I've seen.
And he was parked on the inside, so Jamie Nielsen will cross in the 3rd position in Miss Colleen. Boats will have to go through technical inspection. Your unofficial winner of Guntersville Waterboard Unlimited 4B, Jimmy Shane, perfect on the weekend in Miss Home Street. 2nd place, J. Michael Kelly, U8 Miss Tri-Cities. Jamie Nielsen 3rd in the Miss Colleen. 1, 2, 3, Shane, Kelly, Nielsen.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to just play with the points when we have a little bit of downtime here, because Jamie Nielsen and Miss Colleen brought 619 points into that heat. He was number 6 on the ladder, and had he picked up the 300 points, which he's now going to get 225, had he picked up the 300 points, he'd be at 919. I did that in my head, by the way, Jeff. I'm good with numbers. Anyway, he'd have 919 points. It would be really interesting to maybe calculate it that way. I sincerely hope that little jump in the start there by a skosh didn't cost him a spot in the front row of the final.
We'll see how the technical inspection goes for 4B. We'll see how the points play out, but no doubt Jimmy Shane and Dave Vilwalk will meet for the first time this weekend at this Gold Cup, and it will be for the winner-take-all final heat of the 112th APBA Gold Cup. Outstanding.
Yeah, I actually like that. Yeah, I told you coming down here, I was waiting. I wanted to see Dave and Jimmy square off. Well, I just had to wait a little longer, but this time the marbles and there's more marbles and chalk on the table, and it's for that thing standing right over there, and they are going to go for broke. What we have seen happening out here in the milling period, in the warm-up period, with 3 and sometimes 4 boats on the water and the cutting of the course, Haven't seen anything yet.
And
they are going to fight for that inside lane. You're going to have one or two.
And plus, it will be the longest heat of the weekend for the H1 Unlimiteds, a 5-lap winner-take-all final, 12.5-mile Gold Cup Championship coming up at 5 o'clock.
Want to remind our race fans that as soon as we are done racing, we are going to begin preparations for our trophy awards presentation. We'll give away the big hardware for our Pro-Lites. We will give away for the big hardware for our Grand Prix America hydroplanes, and then we'll also give away third place, second place, and the big one, the APBA Gold Cup to the winner for our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. We would love to have everybody from Guntersville show up, show these drivers in all classes, in all of the racing. Jeff, look at what we have seen all weekend. It's been awesome. The racing has just been fabulous.
And we're going to have a 8-boat Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. That will be at 4:30. And Brad, we're eligible to run 8 Grand Prix in the Southern Nationals Championship presented by Knighton Industries. I think, though, we might be down to a 7-boat final, but 7 supercharged 468s rocking and rolling Lake Guntersville should be exciting.
I think it's going to be more than exciting. It's make sure you get your cold drink and get down to the water's edge. Don't get in, but get down to the water's edge. You're not going to want to miss this. Everybody's going for the big trophy this time. Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. We're going to follow that. Well, that's going to be preceded by the Grand Prix Southern Nationals Championship presented by Knighton Industries, then the Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. And then at 5 o'clock, it's the APBA Gold Cup Championship presented by Marshall County Tourism and Sports. So it all comes to a pinnacle right now. We're just going to sit back. What do we got for timing on the schedule? Looks like the Grand Prix are coming up at 4 o'clock. No, I was looking for my phone.
While you're looking for your phone, I understand a lot of race fans down here on the shoreline from Madison, Indiana. Welcome to Lake Guntersville. And Brad, next weekend, these same 3 classes go up I-65, get off on exit 29 in Scottsburg, Indiana on State Road 56. That will take you right into downtown Madison, Indiana for next weekend's Indiana Governor's Cup. 3 days of action on the water on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So the Madison fans getting a little bit of early taste of hydro fever before these 3 classes go to historic Madison next weekend.
And just imagine the fans in Madison, Indiana. They've hosted the Gold Cup the last couple of years that we've run this most prestigious event. But it's still, when I was a kid growing up, and it was suddenly Seafair Week in Seattle. I mean, it was the circus. The carnival was coming to town. And they did put the big tent up down at Stan Sayers Memorial Park, and that's where you went to get food and all that. I didn't sleep for a week, Jeff. I was boat racing crazy and grew up with it, but the big event is coming up in Madison, Indiana. Yeah. Just hold off, Madison, Indiana. We got 3 little things we need to do here.
We got some championship heats coming up at 4 o'clock. It will be the Grand Prix Southern Nationals Championship presented by Knighton Industries. At 4:30, the Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. And at 5 o'clock, the APBA Gold Cup Championship presented by Marshall County Tourism and Sports. Lots left to do. And Brad, I echo those comments earlier you made about the fans. Our guests, the race fans, are welcome to the award ceremony. We'll start out with Pro-Lite and Grand Prix, followed up by the H1 Unlimiteds. You are welcome to come to the award stand, and we want a bunch of people from Guntersville celebrating all 3 classes, and especially the Gold Cup.
Absolutely, and you are more than welcome. It is encouraged. Please come up. Please come up. Let's put on a big show to salute all of our champions and all of our competitors this weekend. The racing's been great on the water. It's been phenomenal. everybody here in Guntersville, all the volunteers we were talking about have put on such a good show. Please come up to our award ceremony. And Jeff, the last thing I'll say before we step away here for a couple of minutes, you said we got that next heat coming up at 4 o'clock. I just looked down at my phone, which, of course, other people had to find for me because I can't keep track of things like that. But it was 19 minutes to 4. The schedule that is in front of you, which is just heat, 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 break, heat, 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 we're right on schedule. This is awesome.
I had some fans in Madison ask about this, and Jeff, we're running testing on Saturday, 2 hours, 11 heats on Saturday, hour of testing on Sunday, 14 heats on Sunday. I don't know if I can get it in. I said, don't worry. They got a great staff in Guntersville. It'll happen. It's going to happen.
And they've made it happen, and you were true to your word. Looking at the screen here, looking at finish order here. I'm not sure it is yet official, but it's as we knew. Jamie Nielsen in 3rd place, driving to Miss Colleen with 225 points. 2nd place, therefore, goes to the Miss Tri-Cities. J. Michael Kelly with 300 points, and sitting on top, the heat winner, you won, Miss Home Street, Jimmy Shane. So the boats are going through technical inspection. As soon as we get the thumbs up from the chief referee, we'll erase the pencil numbers we have here and we'll put them in ink. But pretty sure that whatever happens, I think that Shane guy is going to be on the front row. We're going to step away. We'll check with the officials, make sure when everything is official, and we'll be right back.
I don't think that's going to give me. In fact, I'm a little more elevated here.
All right, race fans, I mentioned that Unlimited Heat 4B presented by Guntersville Waterboard was our final preliminary heat of the weekend. The operative word there is preliminary, because now we've been giving away these, giving away those trophies. It's time to give away some of these. That's what's coming up next. So our last preliminary heat winner, Jimmy Shane, driving to U1 the home street. If you haven't seen Jimmy Shane up here yet, you kind of haven't been paying attention. He and I are kind of like Vilwalk. He and I are on a first name basis too. So the boat just looks like, tell these people, what are you guys doing? It's just running beautifully.
It looks like a rocket because it is a rocket. It's a very, very fast piece of equipment. I'm very honored to drive the Miss Home Street for the Miss Madison Racing team, and we've got one more big race to go at 5 p.m. today. You guys are in for a big treat at 5 p.m. This is going to be one of the most exciting races for the Gold Cup we've had in a long time.
And there's going to be some differences. Guess what the difference is? We're going to have more boats on the water, and you got to go right 5 times.
Yeah, there's more laps. There's going to be more exciting action on the water, and I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait.
I know everybody is looking forward to this. It's going to be fantastic. I'm going to let you get back to your race team. Congratulations on all the prelims. You've won everything we stuck in front of you. And one more thing. Looked pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it looks good. I would love to have my name on there again, and that's what we're here to do, and looking forward to a great final heat here in Guntersville, Alabama. Thank you.
We're going to let you get and go see if we can make it happen. Meanwhile, Philip Mosley is going to step up here, represent the Guntersville Waterboard. You've got that. Take the mic. I step away.
Jimmy Shane, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy, I can tell you, because I'm from here, and I can tell you, man, you have amassed a major fan base here in Guntersville, Alabama, and we're so happy to have you. So on behalf of the Waterboard, this is yours, sir. Thank you very much. Good race.
Don't forget the photo op. Thanks, Jimmy. Go get them. All right. Now it's big trophy time for the rest of the day. It's going to be fun. Let's get some music going. We're going to get Grand Prix on the water. Buckle up, Guntersville. Here we go. We made the comment, Jeff Ayler, when we were getting ready down here on Friday afternoon. We said if there's some new fans here this weekend, we could explain unlimited hydroplane racing and hydroplane racing in general pretty easily with a couple simple comments. And that was, everything we do this weekend builds toward a climax. Well, we built it as far as we can go. The climax is here. We have 3 final heats to go. The big hardware is on display. We're getting close. What do we got for a time? Well, I was going to try and read that message. Jeff, it's not that you know the old line, because I see you got some cheaters down there. You know the old line, it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that your eyes aren't any good. It's just that your arms are way too short. Is that Samuel? Is that Samuel? Samuel R. Seasley. Samuel R. Seasley. Apparently you have dropped your credit cards in the H1 pit area. That's the pit area over there. I really hope you're still over there and not over here. But apparently you have dropped your credit cards in the H1 pit area. Those credit cards will be in the tech truck by Seth's desk. Ask for Seth. Seth Parshall, when you get in there, ask for Seth. They found your credit cards. They'll hold them until you show up. We've got them. Don't worry. Samuel Seasley, go get your credit cards in the H1 Unlimited tech truck. I'll step away. We'll be back when it's time to go racing.
Attention the pits. Attention the pits. Pro-Lite drivers. Stand by. Oh, I'm sorry. Grand Prix America drivers. Stand by for countdown coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That is the 6-minute mark for the Grand Prix America final. Thirty seconds. 20. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That is the 5-minute period for the Grand Prix America Southern Nationals Championship, presented by Knighton Industries. Drivers, crank them up!
Jeff, they listened to you. They have cranked a bunch of them up. We've got 7 Grand Prix America hydroplanes coming away from the pit area for the Southern Cup National Championship, presented by Knighton Industries. 7 boats, 4 laps, winner take all final. Here we go.
Lineup, lane number 1, Bobby Kennedy, TM Special, craft number 35. Boat is dominant white, red and blue trim.
Look at all your boats coming across, Jim. You got a whole field coming this way.
Lane number 2, Jack Lupton out of Waverley, New Zealand. Craft number 33, Lupton Motorsports. Dominant red with a lot of artistic effect on the deck. Lane number 3, Jeff Bernard out of Kent, Washington, driving boat number 79, the Bad Influence. Dominant orange boat, checkered flag effect on top of each sponson. Red, white, and blue boat, Ken Brody out of Grand Island, New York, drives number 50, Freedom, lane number 4. Lane number 5, dominant black and red boat involved in an accident earlier today, but will make the final, Ken Lupton out of Waverley, New Zealand, in Lucas Oil. Lane number 6, dominant red boat with the checkered flag effect on the cowling. Tom Thompson out of Cambridge, Maryland, driving the reliable Diamond Tool, presents Fat Chance Racing, craft number 525. Dominant yellow boat in lane number 7 with the verticals. Awesome Austin Egret out of Seattle drives the locally sponsored Wilkes Tire and Battery Service. Brad Luce, we are 2 minutes, 40 seconds until the start. Assigned lanes, clock start. This should be a doozy. We are competing for the Grand Prix Southern Nationals Championship presented by Knighton Industries.
7 boats on the water. We're going to go 4 times around. It's a winner take all. You get the checkered flag first. You get the big piece of hardware. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got them all out running, Jeff. Whoa, baby. And I love seeing Ken Lupton. Ken Lupton on the race course. In fact, the 2 Kiwis just went by side. The 2 boats going down. We had a question earlier about Ken Lupton and how he was doing, if he was feeling okay, and if the boat was okay. I guess we answered that question. He's running in the final.
1:45 until the start, 1:45. Fans in Guntersville standing up, lining the shoreline for the Southern Nationals Championship in Grand Prix America.
Yes, if you are not right down to the water's edge, come on down, get a good view. This is for all the marbles and chalk on the Grand Prix America side of things. As Jeff Ayler just said, this is the Southern Cup National Championship presented by Knighton Industries. 7 boats on the water, 7 boats running. Coming up on 1:10 right there until our start. I'm excited, Jeff. Let's do this.
Coming up on the 1 minute period. 1 minute. 1 minute till the start. We got 5 boats here on the front straightaway. I don't know if they'll loop around one more time. Everybody trying to get in their set lane sequence. You already see Bobby Kennedy down on power. He'll have lane number 1 in the red, white, and blue TM Special. Jeff Bernard up there as well in the Bad Influence. Brad, this is a moment the Lake Guntersville will be silent. We are 30 seconds away from thunder for the Grand Prix Southern Nationals, presented by Knighton Industries. Coming up on 20 seconds, Guntersville, buckle up, 15 seconds.
Here we go, look at the boat starting to power up. Bring him to the line, Jeff.
We are coming up on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. And boy, it appears to be a clean start. We're racing in the Southern Nationals Grand Prix Final. Jeff Bernard was there first in Bad Influence in lane number 3. And Bernard is your leader. Kennedy appears in second. Bernard looking good in front.
Yeah, Bernard looks real strong out front. He is running out front, got challenges coming on the inside lane. He's also got a lot of company on the outside. I'm telling you, Brody had more boat speed than anybody at the start.
Brad, I made a mistake. That's Lupton. My apologies.
That's what
Lupton
I thought. Yes, sir.
Oh, we got a triple decker off the turn.
Oh!
Jack Lupton in front. 1 complete. And 3 to go. Lupton in front. Bobby Kennedy second. Jeff Bernard in third. Brad will watch the top 3 in this Southern National Final. Jack Lupton from Waverley, New Zealand, Lupton Motorsports, this brand new boat built by Bert Henderson, leads it, starting to extend it out.
Oh, and Brandon lost power as he came off the corner. Bobby lost the power. Now all of a sudden he is 2 rooster tails back. It is Jack Lupton way out in front. Look at Bernard. He says, I want to come up now. He's cleared 3rd place. He is in 2nd place. I don't know if he can run Jack down. He's quick, and you just lost. You just lost Bobby Kennedy on the inside.
Bobby Kennedy pulling into the infield. Now Jack Lupton, a clear lead in Lupton Motorsports. We're halfway through it. Jeff Bernard in 2nd. Austin Eckert has moved to 3rd from lane number 7. Ken Lupton in 4th. Tom Thompson in 5th. So we've lost Bobby Kennedy, and I believe we've lost another one, Brad, and I believe it's Brody.
Yeah, Brody's been down for a lap. I can't find him. He's out there somewhere. Got one dead right there at the entrance fence, just going by him right now, but I think that's Bobby Kennedy. So anyway, we're going to come down and pick up a white flag. It is Jack Lupton Motorsports, GP 33.
One more lap to go for Jack Lupton in front to claim the Southern Nationals here at Lake Guntersville in Grand Prix America. Jeff Bernard remains in the 2nd spot in Bad Influence. What a great run by Austin Eckert in 3rd in the Wilkes Tire and Battery Service. Tom Thompson has now moved to 4th, and Reliable Diamond Tool presents Fat Chance Racing. And Ken Lupton has dropped to 5th in Lucas Oil. Final turn, final lap. It is the Grand Prix America Southern Nationals Championship presented by Knighton Industries. Checkered flag is waving, and the Kiwi from New Zealand wins it, Jack Lupton. 2nd place will go to Jeff Bernard in the Bad Influence. 3rd will go to Austin Eckert in the Wilkes Tire and Battery Service. And it was a Herculean effort by the 525 team. They didn't answer the call in the 3rd slot, but Tom Thompson will cross in 4th. And Reliable Diamond Tool presents Fat Chance Racing, and Brad Ken Lupton will get 5th. And for our fans along the shoreline watching at home, I am so sorry. That was my fault. I thought that was Bernard, but the rocket from New Zealand, Lupton, shot from lane number 2 and has claimed the Grand Prix Southern Nationals.
Do not apologize, but I am going to tell you, I paused when you threw it to me because I didn't think that was Jeff, but you know these guys, it's really easy to do looking in this late afternoon sun. The profile of all these boats are identical. I still don't know where Ken Brody is. Just as the boats went by me, I saw Brody's air scoop fly up with everybody. He had a ton of boat speed. I never saw him after he went by. I never saw him come out of the lower corner.
Once again, unofficially, Jack Lupton, pardon me, your winner in Lupton Motorsports. 2nd place, Jeff Bernard, Bad Influence, and rounding out the podium in 3rd, Austin Eckert in the Wilkes Tire and Battery Service.
Okay, copy that. Like you said, they want us to run our heat at 4:30, so just have everybody kind of relax, and about 20 after, let's strap them in so we're ready to go at 4:30.
Brian?
Sir, I got nothing. Am I going to control balls? Okay. Yeah, guys, after the race is over, I need positions 1, 2, and 3 to get on the shuttle as soon as they can and come over here to the judge stand for a trophy presentation. Thank you. change, did you? Okay, guys, let's get them strapped in. Well, they'll have a better chance of not falling Right there. We're very close. Very close. 30 seconds. Yes. 8.
Attention the pits. Attention the pits. Pro-Lite drivers, stand by for the 6-minute countdown for your championship heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is the 6-minute period for the Pro-Lite Championship Heat presented by Phenom Digital.
I hear him.
30 seconds, drivers. 20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That's the 5-minute gun for the Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. Race fans, you hear them. Drivers already got them started. They've already cranked them up.
To the drivers there, and we could all hear them on the other side, and then all of a sudden above the causeway you could see some rooster tails over there. And then when you counted down to 5 minutes, you said 5 minutes, and boom, the first one just blew through. That's what the countdown was for.
Brad Luce, how about checking our lineup, lanes 1 through 8? Should be a good one.
Say that again. Lineup 1 through what?
8.
8.
Copy.
Like 8. Let's talk about this, because you got boat 242, LDC Construction, Bobby King. That young man can drive. I've had a good time getting to know him a little bit better. He looks good.
Lane 1, tough to handle. Lane 2, Paul Barber out of Canada. EMS presents Legacy 1. Paul sneaky fast. He's got a shot.
Yeah, so's this next guy in the 79 Bad Influence, Patrick Haworth. We talked to him earlier in the weekend. He had that thing out front. It's quick.
The driver out of the Garden State of New Jersey, Dylan Runney, lane 4, Pleasure Seekers. He showed some extreme speed earlier today. Boats to the inside of him, tardy at the line. Lane 4, no doubt, could win it.
Yeah, you made a fan out of me at Dylan Runney. First of all, I like the way he drives. Then I met the young man, and I talked to him subsequently. He's a good kid. I like him. Dylan Runney is going to have to do it from the middle of the pack. Then you got just outside Dylan, you got Jimmy King. And you know who's back? Bo's back. That would be the boat. Number 54, Jimmy King.
Lane number 6, Donnie Allen out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Hearn Motorsports, craft number 14.
And then a boat that's run really well this weekend, and I think we're all really kind of cheering for him and pulling for him. Faster Than Cancer Foundation, Steve Huff out of the SeaTac area. It is boat number 98.
And on the outside, our retired American Airlines pilot, Gary Shalvin. And the blue and yellow flyboy, Gary Hales from Jackson, Michigan. 2 minutes, 30 seconds until the start. 2:30 away. Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. Brad, I see 8 rooster tails in the air.
Then I miss, oh, there is one right there. I thought there was only 2 at the top end. There are 3 boats up there. Thank you for the guys with the good eyes. That's apparently not me. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down there, 3 up at the top end. We are approaching 2 minutes in 1 second mark. 2 minutes till the start of our Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital.
Bobby King, no doubt favored on paper right there in lane number 1, but Brad, we spoke to Paul Barber yesterday, and he really felt he had a shot here this weekend, and he's got a tremendous chance at lane number 2, Haworth in 3, but I think Ronnie out here in lane number 4, if he can get a flying start and make a good turn in turn number 1, he could kind of shake things up from lane 4. The boats to watch are definitely in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, there's no question about that, and I actually think, you know, Ronnie can pull this off maybe from in there. The boat, he really showed a lot of speed in it. As I said, I like the kid, but that's not going to make him go any faster. But he can handle a boat. I like that Haworth character, too. He's one of my favorite guys. Paul Barber, Bobby King, lane 1 through 4. That's a pick'em.
4-lap championship heat. Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. We'll go 4 times around. 5-mile competition heat to claim the Pro-Lite Championship here at the Lake Guntersville Hydrofest, the 2022 version. Brad, we are 40 seconds away. This could be the barn burner of the weekend.
Our boats are all grouping up on the backstretch. No 80-mile-an-hour rule here, so they can back it down, and these things can jump up out of the water very quickly. We got a couple of boats coming up late. They will catch up to the pack. They will jump into their lane. We are inside 20 seconds. They are approaching the apex of the corner. It's the Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. Jeff Ayler, bring him to the line.
Thank you, Brad.
Oh, look at this.
We are now 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it appears to be a clean start. We're racing in the Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. And Ronnie got that flying start in lane number 4 in Pleasure Seekers. We look at turn number 1, but your leader on the inside is the dominant white craft, Bobby King, LDC Construction. King leads it off the turn.
King does lead it off the turn. The start is under review, but I'll tell you what, Dylan Ronnie with a great start, and he is hanging right with him up the backstretch. 2 of them at the entrance, pinned to the upper corner. Remember, Jeff, we go 4 times around.
Good start according to our Pro-Lite officials. The start was good. We'll come down to complete lap number 1. Bobby King in front, but Dylan Ronnie is going to charge on the outside. Bobby King leads it. He waves it across the start-finish line buoy. And now Ronnie capitalizes. King had to get off the throttle. We'll keep our eye on the first place battle. King to the inside. And Ronnie has closed into this deficit. King still your leader, and Brad, there's rough water on the buoy row, and Ronnie is there.
Yeah, Ronnie's right there on the outside. You can't see him going up the backstretch, but this is a great run here for the championship of our Pro-Lite class, presented by Phenom Digital. And you're exactly right. We had an issue there with Bobby King on the front straightaway. Dylan Ronnie was able to take advantage of it. They're approaching the apex of the top of the corner here on lap number 2. There's Ronnie. They're really close, Jeff.
Boy, Ronnie has the hammer down, popped the boat up out of the water off turn number 2. We're halfway through the Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. King flies the LDC Construction, and Ronnie keeps in charge on his outside wake in second. Paul Barber in the 3rd position, but your race is for 1st. It is for the winner-take-all final. King is there. Brad, Ronnie not giving up.
Ronnie's not going away. Staying right in that right side rear view mirror. Can't hardly see him back there, but oh, he is there. He's about 4 boat lengths back, halfway up the backstretch. Now they start to set the boat up here to come down, and I believe they'll pick up the white flag. There he is. There is Ronnie. They are dead even, Jeff, at the apex.
Beautiful dueling deck to deck, and they are about to touch. We will come down to get the white flag. King flies it. White flag displayed, and Ronnie's your official leader after lap number 3 for the Phenom Digital Pro-Lite Championship. Back in turn number 1, King has the advantage, running closer to the pins, and now Ronnie gains, and they're side by side. Final lap, deck to deck off the turn.
They are dead even coming off the corner now. King gets a little bit more acceleration, but there's Ronnie again by a boat length. Dylan Runny. Now he opens it up by 2 boat lengths. This is going to be the final run to the line for the Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. Jeff Ayler, bring him down.
Final turn, final lap. Running on the outside. King's got the advantage. They are side by side off the turn. It's a drag race to the finish. It will be Dylan Runny. Dylan Runny wins the Pro-Lite Phenom Digital Championship by 10 feet. 10 feet winner over Bobby King.
Holy cow, that was
Third
awesome.
place will go to Paul Barber. We got a side-by-side battle for 4th. Donnie Allen will move into 4th over Patrick Haworth. Steve Huff will get the 6th spot. And 7th to Jimmy King. And Brad, during that final, Gary Shalvin has went dead in the water. Guntersville, a 10-foot winner in the Phenom Digital Pro-Lite Championship. How you like that?
Wow. Wow. That was awesome. I'll apologize for getting a little excited there. I kind of drifted into fan mode there for a bit.
Well, another error on me. Gary did finish, so we had 8 start, 8 finish. Gary Shalvin gets the final spot. Beautiful dueling in Pro-Lite presented by Phenom Digital. Dylan Runny is your winner out of Rumson, New Jersey.
And it'll be interesting to talk to him when he gets up here. He didn't give up. He just stayed at it. But what I want to talk to him about, or whichever one of us does that interview and gives him the hardware, from my perspective, I think he won that thing with a better boat ride. He had a better boat ride, and it just seemed like he was able to use the power that he had available to him, where maybe not so much on the other side.
King's boat was good, but it just seemed like that water was a little bit more suspect on the buoy row. But Brad, Bobby King had to stay on the buoy row because of the pressure supplied on the outside by Runny. The boat links was not there to use your lead boat, and that rooster tail is a weapon to slide out. Hey, clean driving by both young men.
Both of them.
That was super.
Yeah, they got awfully close up here a couple times, but that's clean driving. They both trust each other. And you're right, that inside lane was awesome, but about lane 3 or 4, he started to get a little soupy in there. Oh, that was something. That was fun.
Outstanding. Roger Mahan, the owner of both boats, he gets the gold and the silver here at the Phenom Digital Pro-Lite Championship. Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital. Dylan Runny wins it. Bobby King 2nd. Paul Barber 3rd. Donnie Allen 4th. Patrick Haworth in 5th. Steve Huff in 6th. Jimmy King in 7th. Gary Shalvin in the 8th position. Race fans, up next is the running for the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world, the APBA Gold Cup, the 112th running. We will have 5 boats on the front row, 1 trailer, 5-lap championship, winner take all. Stand by. The run for the Gold Cup is up next in Guntersville.
damn good water. Your sheet said it's the best water he's ever run on. I mean, body heat. Best water I've ever Pro-Lite Heat. Thank you guys. Well done. Great job. Great racing. Wow. That was a photo finish at the start, at the finish line between Dylan Running and Bobby King, and the average speed was 99.82 miles an hour. Incredible race. Dylan and Mike, thank you very much. Thank Ivan and Bobby King, and we need to make sure that Bobby King, and he was second, Dylan Running, first place, and Paul Barber, third place. Those drivers and their teams need to get in the shuttle and get over to the judge stand. They have a John, you can't get Ivan to stop dead, and so he can help around the bus. Ivan over there, let's get the top three. Top three drivers throttle. Yeah, Dylan Running, Towers, 6-2 Ivan. Towers at 6-2 Ivan. If you could please round up the top three drivers from the race. We need Dylan Running, Bobby King, and Paul Barber to be brought down to the award stage, and their teams. And their teams.
the drone pilot. Oh, yeah, so I'm the drone pilot. This is my stuff, all of my cables. So we have to be careful with the cables because I'll be out on the beach, and I got my other pilot with me out here as well. So if you want chairs, there's chairs right here. You can sit down. You can sit down here underneath the thing if you want to.
So race fans, here we go. Buckle up. We had a meeting when I got into town on Wednesday night. We were talking about how to introduce the final heat for the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. We came up with a really cool tune. We're going to play that tune now to get you pumped up and ready to go. It's loud, it's thumping, it's hard, and there's no way I can tell you who does it. But I know the name, and it's called This Is It, because this is it. Cue it up, guys.
Yeah, go a little bit north there. I don't know, 100 yards behind you, and just kind of stay close to the beach without hitting anything.
How y'all doing? Working.
So these are my guests, Brian. This is Brian, drone pilot. And your name? Ben. Okay. Bud? And your name?
Bud?
You told me that. And
My best friend.
he's going to be attended if I see him.
Yeah. His real name is Makai. He go by Bud.
So what family?
It's going to be 5 laps.
5 laps.
I was telling him back years ago, I went bungee jumping. I did. I tried it. I tried it.
How was that?
Great.
You going to do it again?
Yeah, I'll do it again. Only thing about it is when it bounce back up, swing it back up.
I bet.
You drop that thing, swing it back up, it's pretty crazy. Yeah. But you got the harness thing on it. Everything's dirty. My computer bag. What's that? About 20,000. Big man. 1, 2 guys, 3,000.
Good one to get us all pumping. Jeff Ayler, we're inside 10 minutes to the start of the APBA Gold Cup, the 112th running. I just walked by my wife down there, and she says, "You okay?" I said, "No." I said, "I'm nervous as heck. I got hair standing up on the back of my neck." And we're
I think when I won the Gold Cup, that was the crowning achievement of my whole life.
The unlimited hydroplanes, the powerhouses of boat racing, run for the Gold Cup. This is the one every man in boat racing strives to win, because this is the top prize.
Muncie came out of nowhere to take the lead. And Talent almost completely off the water.
The object? A small Tiffany Gold Cup that represents the pinnacle of achievement for the hydroplane racer.
Tens or whatever the scale might be, the biggest number. That's what they're going to get from me. I want to come down here and do this again. And Jeff Ayler, I want you to come down and do it again with me, because quite candidly, with all the racing that we had, there was no way I could have done this by myself.
Well, thank you, Brad. I've already put my request in, so hopefully the board of directors of the Hydrofest will have both of us back next year for 2023 for the Southern Cup here at Lake Guntersville. Brad, an interesting lineup on the front row. 2 entries from Miss Madison Racing. Jimmy Shane perfect on the weekend in Miss Home Street, but you can't count out the second entry driven by Jeff Bernard in the Goodman Real Estate. Reason being, that hull is your defending APBA Gold Cup champion.
It's the 3rd winningest hull in the history of the sport. 6 minutes, Mark. 6 minutes until the start. We can start putting boats on the water. This is it. We played the song. We've crowned the other 2 champions. They're hugging and kissing people over here, getting ready for an awards ceremony. I've been watching them over there. We only got one thing left to do. This is it. Let's run down our lineup for the APBA Gold Cup finale. It's presented by Marshall County Tourism and Sports. Jeff, you and I haven't done it this long. They've been running this little thing for 112 years.
Let's get it going.
Let's get it on. You won Miss Home Street, Jimmy Shane, powder blue. He comes in with 600 points. He's perfect on the weekend. And this is going to feature something that the fans have not seen all weekend. Dave Villwalk and Jimmy Shane. Dave Villwalk driving the U40, the Beacon Plumbing. It is bright orange. It is trimmed in black. The U8, the silver, Miss Tri-Cities with the bright orange trim on the fairings. It is driven by J. Michael Kelly. The other silver boat, it is predominantly silver. It is sponsored by Lynx Healthcare, the brand new sponsor of Corey Peabody and Strong Racing. Rounding out our front row is the 91 that you were talking about, the Goodman Real Estate. It is black and gold. Jeff Bernard out of Kent, Washington. We've got boats coming down the front straightaway. Fans, give it up for your favorite. There is Jimmy Shane. Right behind him is the other Madison boat, the Goodman Real Estate. There goes Dave Villwalk in the predominantly orange boat. Here comes J. Michael Kelly. He will come by in the U8, the Miss Tri-Cities. Got a couple of boats at the top end of the race course. Coming down first is going to be Jamie Nielsen in the Miss Colleen. He is the trailer boat in the heat. He has to start 5 seconds behind the clock, so he'll be trailing the field when they come across the start-finish line. Jeff, we've talked about putting 5 boats on the front row at this course. We were supposed to do it last year, but it didn't happen. We had a penalty, and one of our boats was sent back to the pit area. I think we're going to make it this time.
Right now, it's guaranteed 5 on the front row, a trailer, the Miss Colleen. Brad, right now in the start sequence, Jimmy Shane has not been this aggressive so far this weekend in the milling period. He cuts through turn number 1 of the short course, and now Villwalk takes a turn left just past that orange buoy as J. Michael Kelly just cut through the infield in the Tri-Cities.
We've talked about the milling period and how the boats have been cutting across the course here and there and everywhere. I think you're going to see a lot more of it in this particular heat. Boats are keying off other boats. This is the trophy all powerboat racers want to win. 5 laps on Lake Guntersville are going to determine our champion. Go, Jeff.
2 minutes and 55 seconds until the start. Let's watch Shane again. Yes, Shane is using Villwalk tactics in the milling period, circling the short course. Dave will cut in behind him. In front of Shane is Corey Peabody and Lynx Healthcare. Your lane is not assigned to you. That's what is being decided right now in the race before the race, Brad. To position your boat, lane, you establish your lane prior to the start at the entrance pit of turn number 2. Right now, We are 2:25 away, still lots to decide.
Yeah, watch if nobody cuts the race course, and nobody is. Dave going to come? He is. He is going to cut the race course because J. Michael Kelly was going to come off the top of the race course, and if nobody cut, he was going to put himself in lane 1. But Dave just came across, and now he's coming down the front straightaway. What's the time, Jeff?
We are coming up on the 2-minute mark. 2 minutes, and Shane is down on power. Up in turn number 2. Brad, could that be a penalty? He is completely down on power. You can see the boat. It is nestled dead in the water just outside the exit pin of turn 2.
The referees are going to have to take a look at that because and now he's firing it up again. But, oh, there are some rules about that one in the rule book.
But we'll go ahead and call it physically. We are now 1:25 until the start, 1:25 away. Here's Shane. We saw that boat dead in the water just outside the exit pin of turn number 2. 1:15 away, 1:15. Peabody in turn 1. Brad, there is Vilwalk, and right now he is trying to position his boat in lane number 1. We are exactly.
He's going to come.
1 minute from the 112th APBA Gold Cup. He's weaving back and forth,
he's weaving
Brad, to
back
kill time.
That's why you're seeing that wall of water come off. He's trying to kill time. Dave is way early up toward the top end of the race course. Then it's Corey Peabody coming up. Corey Peabody is behind him. Then here comes Shane. Here comes Bernard. And that's J. Michael Kelly with a pretty hot head of steam coming up there behind everybody. And then our trailer boat is Jamie Nielsen and Miss Colleen. The 112th running of the APBA Gold Cup. Here we go. Looking at the clock, we're inside 26 seconds. Oh my goodness, Dave is so early. Look how wide he's going up there to kill time. That's another question. Coming off the top end of the race course, this one looks like it's ragged. There's your 5 boats on the front row. Jeff Ayler, start our Gold Cup.
10 seconds away, the Gold Cup sponsor, Marshall County Tourism and Sports. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. We're racing the final heat of the APBA Gold Cup here at Lake Guntersville. 3 of them across the line, Shane, Kelly, and Bernard. We look up above, Jimmy Shane, your leader in Miss Home Street. J. Michael Kelly in second, but Brad Corey Peabody tightening things up in lane 1, Shane in front.
Yeah, a whole lot of boats coming off the corner. Good start. Everything is legal.
Kelly going dead in the water, turn 1.
Kelly is down. Now up the backstretch, it is Jimmy Shane, and he's opening up water on Corey Peabody. He's opening up a lot of water on Corey Peabody. Boy, this is going to be a case of somebody trying to overpay for the inside lane. Vilwalk got up there too late, had to move it all the way to the outside. But the boat that came from lane 2, Jimmy Shane driving to home. Oh, and Corey Peabody had to go through the rooster tail of Jimmy Shane.
We will come down to complete lap number 1, Marshall County Tourism and Sports. APBA Gold Cup, your leader, comfortably out in front right now, Jimmy Shane and Miss Home Street. Second place to Corey Peabody and Lynx Healthcare. Jeff Bernard in the 3rd spot in Goodman Real Estate, and Vilwalk is still trying hard, flying in 4th in Beacon Plumbing. We go back into turn number 1. Shane remains in front, and Brad with Kelly dead in the water, that could cause a problem.
Keep an eye on Dave Vilwalk. He drove to the inside of Bernard down there. Vilwalk is trying to sneak up on Jeff Bernard. He's on the inside in 4th place. Now halfway up the backstretch, it is all Jimmy Shane. Now tell you what, it's a rough boat ride for Corey Peabody. And here comes Dave. He's coming on the inside of Bernard. He's trying to run him down. He moved over. After he crossed start-finish line, he made a move to the inside. And Dave is not running. Hey, I thought maybe he was dropping down a little bit, but our leader is at the top end of the race course. It is all powder blue and white. It is Jimmy Shane.
We will come down to complete lap number 2. Once again, this is a 5-lap final. Jimmy Shane, 2 complete, 3 to go in the 112th APBA Gold Cup. Corey Peabody still charging hard in 2nd position in U9 Lynx Healthcare. Jeff Bernard, oh, and Vilwalk just about dumped it right here in front of us in 4th. He's flying high. Brad Shane still your leader, but Peabody is not giving up in 2nd.
No, Peabody's running very hard. Dave is really loose. The last time down the front straightaway, he went to the inside. It didn't work. He's now on the outside of Bernard, but our race is up front at the lower end of the race course. Peabody closed up on Shane, but now Jimmy has opened it back up. Shane on lap number 3, up toward the top end of the race course. He's still leaving room in there for Corey Peabody, so see if Corey can make up some time at the top end. Shane is past the apex. He is to the entrance pin. Now Peabody's moving to the outside. That's going to make it extremely difficult. And there we go. That is Dave Vilwalk has now moved into 3rd at the entrance pin to the upper corner, Jeff.
Lap number 3 complete. Jimmy Shane make it 2 Rooster Tail advantage over Corey Peabody and Lynx Healthcare in 2nd. Dave Vilwalk has moved into the 3rd position in Beacon Plumbing. Jeff Bernard in 4th, Goodman Real Estate. Jamie Nielsen 5th, and Miss Colleen. J. Michael Kelly dead in the water in turn number 1. Brad off the turn. Now Shane's lead, getting a little bit more comfortable, but still work to do.
Yeah, he's got almost 2 Rooster Tails here up the backstretch, but this is the Gold Cup. You're not going to just give it in and let it go. So Corey's going to try and stay in that rearview mirror. We'll keep an eye on him. Our 3rd place boat is off the lower end of the race course. That is Dave Vilwalk in the Beacon Plumbing. Right now, Jimmy Shane has just got to keep the fire lit, keep his boat clean. Watch him at the top end of the race course, Jeff. He's not going to try and tighten it up too much. He'll swing out, bring him down to get the white flag.
Shane exits the corner. We do see the white flag in hand. Jimmy Shane, Marshall County Tourism and Sports, APBA Gold Cup Championship. 4 complete and 1 more mile to victory to break the tie between him and the legendary Gar Wood with 5 Gold Cup victories, 4th on the all-time list. Corey Peabody not giving up in 2nd. Vilwalk remains in 3rd. Brad off the turn. Shane in front. Time is running out for Corey Peabody.
It is time to pick our leader off the lower corner and bring him around to an apparent victory in the 2022 APBA Gold Cup on Lake Guntersville. He's halfway up the backstretch. Corey Peabody still stays about a rooster tail and a half behind him. There is nobody except Jamie Nielsen in front of of Jimmy Shane. He is at the top end of the race course, and Jeff Ayler, you have done so many times. Bring our winner to the Gold Cup line.
Final turn, final lap. Marshall County Tourism and Sports, APBA Gold Cup. Shane sees the checkered flag. Jimmy Shane wins his 6th APBA Gold Cup at the Lake Guntersville Hydrofest 2022 edition here in Guntersville, Alabama. Corey Peabody will get 2nd in the Lynx Healthcare. 3rd position will go to Dave Vilwalk in Miss Beacon Plumbing. Up in turn number 2, Jeff Bernard in the 2nd Miss Madison entry. Running in 4th in Goodman Real Estate. And Brad, that is the 3rd consecutive Gold Cup win for Miss Madison Racing, all driven by Jimmy Shane. 4th place.
He joins an elite group as 4th place. Sorry to step on you there, Jeff. You're talking about 3 in a row for the Shane. He joins an elite group of drivers to do that as Jeff Bernard comes across in 4th place. The Miss Colleen, the U11, will come down in 5th. Remember, all of our results are unofficial. The boats have to go through tech inspection. Jeff, what do you got?
Well, that's what we just got, and I knew we would get that. It's very unofficial. Brad, you and I have followed this sport for decades. I saw a couple instances in that warm-up period that could be a little suspect, but we'll just wait for official word. But your unofficial winner of the 112th APBA Gold Cup presented by Marshall County Tourism and Sports is Jimmy Shane in Miss Home Street.
Tough weekend for the defending Lake Guntersville champion, J. Michael Kelly. They just never seem to be able to get the boat ride to work with the power, and Mike drove it valiantly into the 1st turn, but unfortunately that's about where his weekend came to an end. Tough one on him. Remember, everything is unofficial. I want to make one other comment about that final heat. Nobody drove harder than Dave Vilwalk. He had that boat up in the air time and time again. He wanted to get Jeff. He was going to try and get him on the inside. That didn't work. He went back outside and finally ran him down. That was some good driving.
He never gives up, and he scared me. You heard me say I thought he was going to dump it right here in front of us, and he had the front end of that boat way up in the air. Fans in Guntersville, how do you like APBA Gold Cup hydroplane racing?
Fans in Guntersville, collect your stuff. start making your way up here. It's going to be a little bit. We got to get the drivers over from the other side, and we've got to make sure everything is fair and equitable and everything is legal, and that will be the discussion that they will have. But for right now, your winner on the water, Jimmy Shane, you won the Miss Home Street.
Tourism and sports. We're 5, 4, 3, 2.
So we said it might take us a little while to get our award ceremony started, but we're going to get things going very quickly here, like in right now. So if you're within an earshot of the start-finish line and the main stage, stand by. We're going to start in a moment.
Bring 'em up. Bring 'em up.
First of all, Guntersville, thank you for coming to this award ceremony. We're going to get things started here. We got a bit of a ways to go, but it is going to be fun, I promise. This has been a tremendous, tremendous event. I got three terrific people up here who made my weekend a whole lot more fun. You may not know who they are, but hopefully you heard me speaking with them around 3 o'clock this afternoon when the Miss US U-36 was on the water. If you know the history of this boat right here, the former world record holder and current world record holder for a piston-powered craft at 200.419 miles an hour set in Guntersville, Alabama in 1962, it was owned by a guy by the name of George Simon. Meet George Simon Jr. right here. This was apparently a pretty large family along the way. Meet Joe Simon Jr. Joe Simon was George's brother. I don't know that we need to get into the fact that there was 19 brothers and sisters between the two of them, but there was. But the name I will never forget is Mary Ann right here. I forgot her name at first. That's the first time I've said it right. She goes, Brad, come on, it's Ginger or Mary Ann. So I called her Ginger all weekend. There's only people of a certain age that are laughing to that. I want to talk to you very briefly because we did the interview earlier. But in 1962, your father, George, after setting that record, He gave your dad something. I want you to pull it out and show these people what he got. This is a key to the city. This is awesome. He's had it in his back pocket all weekend. It is very, very cool. So this is boat racing royalty from back in the 50s and 60s. And for us of a certain vintage, that's the kind of racing we remember. Another very important person up here who has something very important to say. You know who she is. Your mayor, Lee Dollar. Lee, come on over, please.
Thank you, Brad. First of all, I want to welcome everyone to the Hydrofest. I'm so glad y'all came out and enjoyed this great race, and we are so excited to have the Simon family here. It was a very different day back in 1962. It was a cold, rainy day, not bone dry and hot, when the record was set with this boat on Lake Guntersville at over 200 miles per hour. So we're excited to have it back with us, even though it's not running this year, maybe next year. But we want to present a key to the city to the Simon family, so now they'll have 2 keys to the city. And we hope you come back and your family comes back in 60 years with it. So now you have 2 of them. Yes, absolutely. We are very excited to have the boat racing on Lake Guntersville and so excited to have y'all a part of this. So thank you so much.
Yeah, you can say so.
So, first of all, Joe and I, on behalf of the Simon family, are so appreciative of Katie, yourself, the people who put this event on here. What a great event. I've never been to this event before. As many races I've been to in my life, neither Joe. And we are so impressed with the people of the city, the organization you guys put forth, and how well this race went forward. And we're looking forward to come here many, many years in the future. And I just want to say thank you and congratulations for doing all the hard work. And to Katie, wherever she is, over there, the unheard sung hero of this race, does great work, helped me tremendously get the boat here. Joe also. So thanks so much, everybody, and congratulations on a wonderful race.
Thank you.
Lake Guntersville might be the fastest lake in the south, but it should be also called the friendliest place in the south. Thank you.
Thank you. We're glad to have y'all. Please come back. And I will hand it over to Brad.
Thank you very much, Joe. This was awesome. It's really good. 2 of those bad boys now. I like that. Would you like to stay up here and help us hand out some hardware? We are going to start with our Pro-Lite class. Mr. Ayler. And first of all, can I get a Guntersville round of applause for the guy that gave me all the help this year? Jeff Ayler out of Madison, Indiana. I told him very early in the day on Saturday, I just looked at him, I said, there is no way in the world I could have done this by myself. The event organizers put on such a big event. It was fabulous. We've been saying that all day. Jeff, I'm going to turn this over to you. But before I do, Philip Mosley's going to come out here. He's our race chairman. I understand you got kind of a long speech. If you guys got chairs, you might want to pick them up. Come on over here, young man. You did it.
He did.
A year ago, you and I stood right over there, and you said, I'm it next year. And you did it, and you did a tremendous job. The floor is yours, man.
Thank you, Brad. So, we did it. This couldn't happen. Sorry. This couldn't happen without a whole lot of people. Starting from Mayor Dollar and all the way down the chain. Katie Norton she is the rock that kind of keeps this thing together. And all the volunteers and all the sponsors and everybody that worked on this thing, the sound crew, all the vendors. I mean, it takes everybody to make this thing happen, and we are just so thankful that you guys came out and enjoyed it with us. So I'm not going to keep you much longer than that. I'll turn it back to Brad.
Thank you very, very much. All right, Mr. Ayler, come on out here. Let's start giving away some of this hardware. Lee, I'm going to ask that you go over there. I can maybe help you point out which trophies are coming, but we're going to start with the Pro-Lite class. And It was a fairly close final. I think it was a good one. Why don't you bring him up, and I'll give the mic to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Brad. Guntersville, thank you. Give yourself a round of applause. The Pro-Lite Championship presented by Phenom Digital will start out third, second, then the big hardware for first. In the third position from Ottawa, Canada, driving for Richard Hearn out of Indiana, boat number 52, EMS presents Legacy 1, Paul Barber. Paul, outstanding effort. You had a big heat win yesterday in that final heat. You had the lane, but just didn't work out.
No, it was just, I thought they were a little early, but I was a little late, and we got a little tight down the corner, but it all worked out, and we still had an awesome time, a great weekend. Super nice place here. We love it. We'll be back.
Paul Barber, third place. Second position, not only driving a boat, but a big part of the Pro-Lite series presented by Phenom Digital. In second position out of Shelby Township, Michigan, driving the LDC Construction, Bobby King. Bobby, you've been an instrumental part in this Pro-Lite series. You're off to a great start in 2022. I know you wanted the big hardware, but second's not bad.
Second's not bad in that race any day. And, hats off to Dylan, Jessel Valve Train, those guys. Roger Mayhem Motorsports puts together an incredible program, and they proved it out there today. Hats off to those guys. Dylan with an amazing job at driving, and, just came up a little bit short. But for any final like that as a driver, you want the big hardware, but, man, what a race, and it was definitely awesome to be a part of it, and I can't thank Guntersville enough. Katie, David Norton, you guys are awesome. Everybody that puts on this show, all the fans here, and then a huge shout out to Phenom Digital, RSTC Transportation, and then my sponsor, LDC Construction. Couldn't do it without any of these guys, and Roger Mayhem Motorsports putting the power to this thing. It was an excellent weekend. Couldn't ask for anything more for Pro-Lite's first weekend out, and man, can't wait to come back next year.
Outstanding. Bobby King, second place. Your championship heat winner in the Pro-Lite class presented by Phenom Digital. He hails from Rumson, New Jersey. He drives for Roger Mahan, Dylan Runney. Dylan, congratulations. Lane number 4, not the lane you wanted, but when you get power like that from Roger Mahan, you have to put it to it.
Man, these guys know how to put a boat together. Roger Mahan Motorsports, Jessel Valve Train, they gave me the power we needed there. It's not easy going around people like that. Bobby King, that was a hell of a race with him, man. We've had a couple good ones, but I think that's probably the most fun I've ever had in a race boat there.
I had you winning by 10 feet. Did you think you could get at that start-finish line buoy before your buddy over there?
Man, we came off the corner, and he was a little ahead, and I thought we'd get a good run on him going down to the start-finish line there, but we were able to pull it out at the end, and I thought 5-10 feet, and we were going to be holding up the big hardware there, so it was a lot of fun.
It was exciting. Your winner in Pro-Lite, presented by Phenom Digital, Dylan Runney. Bobby and Paul, please join Dylan up here for some more photos with our top 3 in Pro-Lite. Mayor, we need you in there too. we'll move to our Grand Prix America Hydroplane Series presented by Knighton Industries. Before we give the awards in Grand Prix, I want to sandwich in Dean Rojas, the president of Grand Prix America, and also, too, representing Pro-Lite. Dean, great weekend for the piston-powered boats.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. Jeff Ayler, thank you for calling the race. Brad Luce, you guys do a wonderful job. Mayor Dollar, it's a pleasure to have you here. Philip, thank you for all your help and everything you do to put this wonderful race on. I want to say a special thanks to Katie Norton and David Norton, who are, like you said, the backbone of this operation. We appreciate all their efforts and everything that they do. Katie came to me last year and said, hey, we want to do something a little bit different. We want the Grand Prix. We'd love for you to bring them here, but we're looking for something else. And I said, well, what do you think about bringing some Pro-Lites? And she goes, what's a Pro-Lite? I said, well, they're one size below a GP and very, very, they run a stock motor, very competitive class. And obviously you guys saw the action today. They are heart-stopping, very exciting, a lot of adrenaline, a lot of excitement. We're just happy to provide that service for you here at Guntersville at Hydrofest, and thank you very much. We're kind of waiting a little bit for our Grand Prix. The New Zealanders, they're coming over in one big truck right now, so we're working on that right now. But, we're just super excited here. Knighton Industries backing us as a corporate sponsor and title sponsor, but we look forward to running the whole series with H1. I want to say a special thanks to that group. They've worked wonderful with us this weekend. We're working in a great partnership to grow boat racing and give a great platform for all of our race sites to perform on. And you can see it now. You're seeing the beginnings of it, and we hope to continue this all the way through.
Also, too, you'll be busy next weekend up on the Ohio River, Madison, Indiana, Madison Regatta. Both classes will be there.
Yeah, in your hometown, Jeff. So we look forward to coming to your hometown and have some hometown cooking down there. So, but it's going to be a lot of fun. We get to do it all over again. We get to have the Pro-Lites, obviously H1 with the Fast Unlimiteds and our popular Grand Prix class. So I can see a couple of the GPs guys coming around. So guys, Austin Ekrit, come on up here. And then who else we got coming up? I need Jeff Bernard. He just came out of an Unlimited. And we're looking for the New Zealanders. I see them coming down. There they are. This is a big moment for them. This is their big win here in the U.S. Traveling. Well, I'll let Jack talk because everybody likes to hear Jack talk because they love his accent. So the New Zealanders coming in with everything. Like he's gonna jump on the. Come on up here. You might as well just come on up. All right, okay, well, I'll let Jeff take over. I just want to say congratulations, and I'll hand it on over to Jeff Ayler.
Thank you, Dean. Jack, we'll get to you later. You rock, mate. Do we have Jeff Bernard here, Mike? Okay. Let's just pause just for a moment because we want to make certain we do it right, and we'll get Jeff Bernard over here. Austin Ekrit is here, and, of course, Jack Lupton from New Zealand. And, of course, if you like boat racing, I mentioned the Madison Regatta next weekend. For our fans in Alabama, just get on I-65 straight north into Indiana. Get off on exit 29 in Scottsburg, Indiana. Drive east, you're running right into downtown historic Madison. Friday, Saturday, Sunday action for the Madison Regatta as the Unlimiteds will run for the Indiana Governor's Cup. Stand by. We'll wait for Jeff. Thank you, Katie. I understand Jeff Bernard just got off the courtesy bus, so we'll go ahead with our awards for Grand Prix America, presented by Knighton Industries. The GPA boats ran for the Southern Nationals here in Lake Guntersville. In the third position, a rookie pilot in GPA hits the podium In the third position, out of Seattle, driving the GP12, Wilkes Tire and Battery Service with Advantage Pest Controls on the boat. Owner Bob Shellhays, the driver, awesome, Austin Ekrit. All right, young man, a rookie in the Grand Prix America Tour. Definitely not a rookie in hydroplane racing. You hit the podium in your first Grand Prix race. We can tell you're excited. You appear a little bit nervous, too. I can't believe it.
Well, you know this. You always interview me and throw the microphone in front of me, and you get the same thing every time. No, this was great. The whole team really came through. We had a lot of issues and just pulled through, and I can't believe it. I can't thank the team enough. I can't thank Hydrofest enough and all the volunteers, you guys, for talking the whole time. Yeah, I'm new. Wilkes Battery and Tire, they're phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And then Advantage Pest Control. You guys killed it, and can't wait till next weekend.
Congratulations. Third place to Bashful. Awesome, Austin Ekrit. Second place overall in the Southern Nationals for GPA, boat number 79. The Bad Influence, the owner, Mike Grindell out of Webster, Massachusetts. The driver, Jeff Bernard from Kent, Washington. Jeff, congratulations. You've been busy this week, as we can tell by your fire suit for the Goodman Real Estate Unlimited boat. Lane number 3 in that GPA final. You had a wonderful start. Tell us what happened in turn 1.
Not good enough. I'm so happy for the Lupton family to get their win. Jack nailed the start, made the start of his life. We were running him down, and I just hit some bad water in turn 2, and I couldn't catch him again. But thank you to Mike Grindell and our whole team, my Uncle Mike, Mike Weber, the crew chief. It's hot out here. These guys have been working all weekend. They gave me a fast boat, and I didn't deliver in the final. Lane 3 is tough when you got some fast boats inside you, but we're happy with it. We're going to go to Madison, and we're going to try to get lane 1 in the final and make it a little easier. But also thank you, RSTZ Transport, our sponsor. See you in Madison.
Jeff Bernard, second place. All right, your championship heat winner in Grand Prix America, presented by Knighton Industries. In the Southern Nationals, from down under, the Kiwi, Jack Lupton and Lupton Motorsports. Nice job, mate. That's as close as it gets. Hey, congratulations. Racing in America and also, too, up in Canada. What a thrilling victory. I know you're happy.
Yeah, we're absolutely stoked as a team. We've struggled all season, and we think we've found some problems, and we're on top of them. So love being here. It's been such a beautiful weekend, and Alabama people are absolutely wonderful and so friendly. So thank you so much for having us. We've really enjoyed it, and I think it's even going to get better tonight.
In our interview here with you, this is actually a brand new boat built by Henderson, and you struggled a little bit right out of the box.
Yeah, we did, and the same with Ken. Still a couple issues, but I'm sure we're going to get on top of it. And the help from everyone's been amazing, and our team has just been incredible all weekend. And pretty hot here compared to New Zealand, but we've battled through it, and we're really stoked for the victory.
Do you celebrate with Foster's tonight?
We're going to celebrate really good, trust me.
Jack Lupton, your Southern National Champion in Grand Prix America. Okay, that will wrap up our awards with Pro-Lite, presented by Phenom Digital, and our Grand Prix America Awards, presented by Knighton Industries. This is the one that everyone wants to know who will win the 112th running. Brad Luce, still waiting on official tabulations.
Yeah, we really are. I thought about just leaving you up here. Apparently, you're just going to leave me up here. We mentioned when the boats crossed the start-finish line at the end of the run for the Gold Cup that, you know, all results are unofficial. We have to go through tech truck and all kinds of stuff. We have to make sure everything is correct. I'm told that that has actually happened, and we've got things pretty much put in order. We're just waiting for, there's a rule, the chief referee must sign off on that to make sure everything is correct. Understand that basically is done. So if you want to entertain these people for about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, that'd be a good thing. Otherwise, we need about 5 minutes and we're going to have it. That do it. I saw Shannon standing right there. We're going to play music. Please don't go. We got to give this bad boy away. We're going to do it right. Give us a few minutes. We'll have it. Play some music. Didn't I say this to you last year? This is when we do a little soft shoot. She said, but she didn't tell me. And they're, because of a snap. Seattle Seafair. I'm not allowed to give away any award. I will never hold a microphone on an event again if I do that. Careful. I did. I not only saw it, I've been doing it all. The music fades down. That's kind of the brain trust over there. I was thinking I'd go over and interrupt the coffee clutch. I think they're discussing some pretty important stuff. But we are ready to go with APBA Gold Cup trophy presentation. I don't think we need to go down the road that we've gone all weekend. Jeff Ayler and I have probably beat the horse pretty good. Come on up, Jeff. I want you up here as well. I wish we had $1 for every time. I wish we had $1. Huh? Yeah. I feel like I'm playing the lottery. I don't know how many times we said the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world, 112th running. First one up there is 1904. We said it so many times, I won't say it again. Okay, I will. This is a big deal. You know it, Jeff.
Oh, it is a big deal, going back to 1904, and it is so neat to have the Gold Cup contested here at Lake Guntersville in Alabama. The perfect site to have this prestigious trophy run. Guntersville, you're off the charts. The hospitality here is first class, and all the team here, from letter A to Z, they deserve to host this trophy. We want it back again.
We want to do it again. Let's get to the hardware because we got some big stuff over here. We are going to start with our third place finisher. As we said, when the boat to start finish line, boats have to go through tech inspection. They have to review some things. We now have the official results have been signed off upon. We'll start with our third place finisher, and this particular individual didn't have the strongest weekend, but they kept running. They kept running. Every time they ran, they got better. They answered every bell. They finished every heat. They came out and ran in the test sessions. Didn't have to qualify, but they did. And it is a great pleasure to award the third place trophy for the 2022 APBA Gold Cup to the U11 team, Miss Colleen and Jamie Nielsen. Come on up, bud. That's pretty good stuff. So, was I right? I mean, it was a tough weekend.
Yeah, it was a tough weekend, but you know what? Big props to my crew. They're the heroes of the weekend. They're the ones that earned this trophy for us. So they worked tirelessly over there, sweated all weekend long, and kept that boat going and kept it getting better. So, you know, not the results we were looking for, being the trailer in the final, but you know, the motto of this team's never give up, and we're gonna keep digging and trying, and you know, you don't have a chance if you're not out there. So.
That's exactly right. And if anybody remembers back to last year, this is the second year in a row that our trailer boat has stood up here and accepted the third place award. So you're keeping a trend going.
Hey, we'll take a little bit of luck. We're going to take it. So big thanks to our two sponsors this weekend, to BKC Contracting, and as well as Bill and D. May and May Patio and Awning. And thanks to a local sponsor, we picked up the Publix for all the food all weekend. Really appreciate that. So thanks to everyone. Thanks to Scott and Shannon for the opportunity, and thank you, Guntersville. Thanks to all the volunteers and everyone that make this happen. It's a great event. We love being here.
Looks like we got some hardware. Meet the mayor, Lee Dollar, Philip Mosley. Step forward, get a good photo up there. Jamie Nielsen driving the 11, the Miss Colleen. Second place finisher in the APBA Gold Cup. Oh, that would be the 112th running. All right, we beat that horse. Second place trophy goes to a guy who was extremely busy all weekend. He was jumping from one boat to another. He was out front. He was running second. Got a little early on a start or two here and there, but he was always in the mix. And this guy is always in the mix. This is a true boat racer. He's never won that trophy. And he told me when we were standing up here yesterday, I've never touched it, Brad. I'm never going to, because you don't touch that trophy unless you win it. Awfully close this time. From Miss Madison Racing, the U91 Goodman Real Estate, Jeff Bernard. Jeff, come on up. Yeah, we got to talk one more time here, just for a sec. I think I was right. You said you'd never touch it unless you win it. You're pretty darn close.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, if we would have won it by penalties, I certainly would have taken it, but not the way I wanted to win it. We stuck with our plan. We just didn't think we could fight for. We were in lane one a couple times. It just wasn't working out for us. Our radio guy, Tim Collins, and I made a plan to just try to stay out of trouble and let everybody else try to take themselves out. So we got a little lucky. Man, we ran really good. We were sitting third on the race course, and then I couldn't hold the wheel anymore. My gloves were soaking wet, but held up Dave long enough for Corey and Jimmy to get out front. I'm super bummed for my teammate Jimmy. You know, the boat went dead down there in the turn out of the blue, not to gain an advantage, and unfortunately, the rules are the rules, and he didn't do that, and it's a bummer to win it, but I'm super happy for my buddy Corey Peabody. Rest in peace, Alan Peabody. This is pretty cool.
Thanks, bud. That's good. Oh, step up and get the picture. Jeff Bernard, the consummate boat racer. Knows what to say, says the right things. Someday, the name Bernard is going to be on that trophy. So if there was any suspense about who is going to get the big piece of hardware, I think that cat jumped out of the bag here just a couple of minutes ago. But he's going to get his name on the trophy. I've known this kid for a long time. I stood next to him when he took a bath on the Columbia River last year after winning his first ever H1 Unlimited event. And here we are, less than a year later, and we're going to give him that piece of hardware. He represents strong racing. He drives a boat that is the U9. It is sponsored by a brand new sponsor in H1 Unlimited Racing, Lynx Healthcare, and his name is Corey Peabody. Let's get him up here. Where is he? Come on, man. If you do not know this guy, you're going to really learn to like him. He is some kind of fun. Ugh. Well, I asked you in the Tri-Cities last year, I said, Corey, you just won your first H1 Unlimited race, put it into words, and you looked at me and said, out of breath, I can't. Guess what? Put it in words, man.
I got breath this time.
Yes,
you know,
you do.
I got breath. That's the biggest thing in boat racing right there. I've been next to it in the APBA headquarters. I, too, have never touched it, but I've been close to it. But I've been fortunate enough to run for it a couple of times now, and to get my name and my team's name on that is it's unbelievable. I mean, people try their whole lives for that, and we did it. I got a badass team that put together an amazing boat to come out here and represent our new sponsor, Lynx, Northway, Pinnacle Peak, all the strong, the Tri-Cities, everything. And it took all these people coming back here to do it. My crew chief, Brian Haney, my team lead, Jeff Campbell, Sandy Pearl, Ken Warren, Patrick Berryman, Vanessa Strong, Daryl Strong, Mike Sattler. They're coming.
You're doing just fine, young man.
Sam, my teammate J. Michael Kelly, Tyler Price, Paul Price. Here comes Brian Haney, Brian Haney's lovely wife, Kathy Haney, Angela Kelly, Jim Simpson. I don't know, there's a lot of us here. I don't know. I got Alphonse Oywak and
Alan Peabody.
My dad passed away 23 days ago when we were in Tri-Cities, and I flew home to tell him I was going to win the Gold Cup, and I did. And I put his hard card right here all weekend that we got. And I lost him that night at 11:59 when I flew home. And I told him I'd win. And there's my dad. And we won it.
I'm of the opinion, Corey, we don't need you to say anything else unless there's something else you'd like to say. And then I'm going to hand the microphone off to an owner. You got anything else you want to say to these people?
Just thank you to Guntersville. Thank you to our sponsor. Thank you to my crew chief, Brian. Thank you to Daryl and Vanessa Strong, Jeff Campbell, and every one of those people that I just mentioned. So somebody else can have the microphone.
Corey Peabody, ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the 2022. Oh, that looks pretty good. Oh, I don't want to be in that. There we go. We have at least one more very important person to speak with here. If the photos are done, I'm going to sneak my way back out front. I managed to hide, so nobody had to find me standing next to him. Daryl, come on out here. A year ago, we had two new owners on the H1 Unlimited circuit, Daryl and Vanessa Strong. They came out with two boats, two very, very fast boats. They finished 1-2 here a year ago. Comes back, now you win the Gold Cup. Put it in words, same thing I asked him. What is the feeling right now, Daryl?
I'm stunned. I'm worn out, I'll tell you. What we went through with Alan dying and his name being on the boat, it just takes your breath away when you think about, and the way the 9 crew worked on their boat all winter, it's unbelievable. These guys had families and jobs and worked almost a second shift. And what they did with that boat and how well it ran, it's unbelievable.
It truly is unbelievable, but I have news for you. Believe it. It's done. And when I talked to one of your drivers over there, J. Michael Kelly, when he won it the first time, I remember saying, nobody can ever take it away from you. Nobody, Corey, can take it away. Your name is going on there. It's there forever. So is yours. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you very much.
All right, you want this thing. You're ready to go. Corey's getting warmed up now.
Yeah. We also had another new sponsor I forgot to mention. We had Foreman Motorsports. They were a part of this, and I hope we can come back. But we got an old man on our team, Patrick Berryman. He's been racing boats for like 80 years. And I'm proud as hell to give him his very first Gold Cup.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man.
And Daryl's buying the rings.
Was just pointed out to me. These boats get completely rebuilt pretty much every year. So you can make the argument the boats are brand new every time they come out. But the center sections and sponsons, sometimes they stay the same. They just get worked on and updated and so forth. It was just mentioned to me by Jeff Campbell, this is the oldest unlimited hydroplane ever to win the APBA Gold Cup. The boat was launched in Seattle as the Coors Dry in 1992, 30 years ago. Jeff, you want to say a word? You've done this before. Come on. He's dying to get out here. Couple words.
I've been doing this for a lot of years. This is my 8th Gold Cup, but I've never been so proud and so happy to give somebody a chance to win one. We're not the fastest boat, but we're always there. This one's for Alan.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap up what we're going to do up here on stage. It was a great weekend. We've said it so many times. Guntersville, we love you. We're coming back. I think there's a bunch of people that would like to see that piece of hardware come back. It really is something special. So is this race course and the people. From the bottom of my heart, on behalf of Jeff Ayler, wherever he is, my producer, engineer, Tana Morissette, Mike Morissette, They were charged with making Jeff Ayler and I look good. I had a few people come up and tell us we did okay. So congratulations to Strong Racing. You are the 2022 APBA Gold Cup champions. Good night, everybody. We'll see you right here next summer. How are you?